like to welcome everybody to the February 24th regular board meeting of the Marlborough Township Board of Education. Cindy, would you please call the roll?
Good evening, everyone. Mrs. Dean?
Here.
Mr. Dwyer?
Here.
Mrs. Ennie?
Here.
Mrs. Cow is absent. Mrs. Lou Riddell?
Here.
Mr. Marshall?
Here.
Mrs. Matos? Here. Mrs. Rosenwald?
Here.
Mr. Lalansky?
Here. Please be advised this meeting is being held in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975, the Sunshine Law. Adequate notice of the date, time, and agendas was sent to Asbury Park Press, and news transcripts also been posted and filed with the Marlborough Township Clerk. Copies have also been sent to each district school and other area newspapers in accordance with the law. I'm going to bring your attention to, but I'm not going to read in its entirety, the statement of videotaping of public portion Board of Education meetings, a public session statement, as well as no smoking on school grounds. At the conclusion of tonight's pledge, we're going to have a moment of silence with somebody in town that was very close to the business office. Cindy, would you please elaborate?
Yes. Deborah, otherwise known as Debbie Usalowitz, passed away Friday, February 13th. She served as the Deputy Township Clerk for many years. She worked with us very closely on many things, and especially every election, and we will miss her deeply, so we're going to have a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you. So this time, I'd like to invite Rhea Bayer of Frank Dugan Elementary School, who will lead us in the pledge tonight. Everybody please rise.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Well done. Sir.
Okay, we have a couple pages. So the first thing I want to draw your attention to was the artwork in the lobby in the front hallway, courtesy of Miss Ford's third grade students at Dugan. I think probably, I'm going to be on cameras, I think the best artwork we've had hanging here. I feel like I'm walking in Egypt, which is amazing. So it's...
Oh, we got a moment. Oh, sorry, everybody. We got a moment of silence.
Sorry.
Thank you, Vic. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vic.
Okay. So the artwork by Miss Ford's third grade students are in the front. They're amazing. And in here, we have the artwork courtesy of Champions and Thea and Ann. So great job. All right. So next we have a pretty wonderful special presentation before we go to other announcements. In January, our site director, Ann Leonardi of Dugan, received a very prestigious award. Am I turning it over to Sam to introduce, or am I just doing the whole thing? Okay. Sam, you introduce? Go for it.
Thank you. I'm honored to be a part of anything that...
Sam, the microphone, please. Sorry.
I usually don't need one with my loud voice.
I'll tell you why.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for having us. I am delighted to be a part of anything that recognizes our Annie, as we affectionately know her at Dugan, but I don't want to steal the thunder of Thea. Thea, you brought her to us, so Thea Pace.
Thank you. Anne is our rock star in Champions. This is her second year with us, and she's a site director over at Dugan Elementary, which is our largest program for before and after school in the town. Anne was selected for this award. And remember, there's about 32 area managers throughout the country, and each of us has a staff of about 25. And all of us recommend someone who is part of our team for this prestigious award, which is based on exemplary, just rock star status, service to our families and to the community, and especially the students. And the quality of her program is outstanding. Please, if anyone ever wants to visit over at Dugan and check out our champions, we would love that. And Anne won the award out of hundreds of teachers and out of 32 nominations. She was one of 5.
So I guess it specifically honors the art of teaching and celebrates individuals who cultivate high-quality programs, demonstrate high-quality teaching skills, and show exemplary dedication and service to children and families. And only 5 out of the 32 won the honor, which is most amazing. That's incredible. And I see that you had a chance to go to Florida, right? And Thea gave you, that's neat, and Thea gave you an award down there. So that's fantastic. And we're here to celebrate that. And I think we have an acrostic poem, right? Okay.
Here.
You're going 2 times tonight. Way to go.
She's my inspiration, she's my joy. She's always there and she never gives up. She is Miss Ann. Miss Ann is somebody who's very dear to my heart. She's always, well, let's just say she's a very inspiring person, and she pushes people to be better, to have better personalities. That's how I put it. She always puts everybody's needs before hers, whether they're children's or adults. And all in all, she's just an amazing person, and I think she's made a big impact on my life.
That's awesome. That was great. Okay. Congratulations.
Congratulations on behalf of the board as well.
Thank you for all your hard work and dedication. Those words spoken by children are truly awesome, inspiration, meaningful. Great job.
Okay.
I think back to you for the Emerald sponsor.
Oh, yeah, okay. So I'd like to announce that Tara Gosovich, DMD, is the district's Emerald Level sponsor for the 2014-2015 school year, and we thank her greatly for her support.
Okay, we have a lot to be proud of at this February 24th point in Marlborough. So we had the American Mathematics Competition held November 18th and 20th at Memorial and also at Middle. The competition is open to middle school students in many countries around the world. We had 7th grader Ravi Ravhanan from Marlborough Middle earned a perfect score on this year's competition. That's amazing. Wow. At Memorial, 8th grader Karina Yan and 6th grader Brian Liu tied for first place, scoring in the top 1% nationally. 8th graders Rishi Sawi and Kyle Louie tied for third place, also placing in the top 1% nationally. That's just
That's
absolutely amazing. The Math Counts competition on Saturday, February 7th at Union County College. Students from Memorial and Middle competed at Math Counts Regionals under the supervision of their coaches, Mrs. Hope Freeman and Mrs. Marsha Wilson, respectively. The competition included schools from 3 counties in New Jersey. Memorial students William Kai, Aparna Kumar, Aditya Paramasavam, Claire Wang, Paige Weinrich, and Emily Z competed as individuals, while Brian Liu, Rishi Sawi, and Justin Wang competed as both individuals and in-team competition. The team of 4 came in first place out of 21 schools, while both Kyle placed 7th and Brian placed first in the individual competition. The team will compete in the state competition on March 14th, which is amazing. At Middle, we had team competitors were Anna Kay, Eric Chai, Adam Leverant, and Ravi Raghavan. Individual competitors were Tiffany Fang, Dexter Fernandez, William Kang, Gloria Liu, Ivy Wang, and David Yee. In the written competition, Ravi placed 7th and 8th in the oral competition. The Middle team placed 3rd in the team competition, which is also a great honor. For the National Geography Bee Memorial, we competed. An 8th grade student, Joshua C., representing Quad 8, placed first and was crowned school champion. Josh is going to hope to qualify for and possibly participate in the State Geography Bee to be held later this year. And at Middle, we had Brian Perlstein, who came as the champion, and he hopes to advance as well. So that's another amazing honor. Moving over to our incredible music program. With the Region 2 Central Jersey Music Educators Association, CJMEA, Intermediate Band, Orchestra, and Percussion Ensemble. That was held at South Plainfield Middle School on Saturday, January 31st. 11 string orchestra students from Marlborough Memorial and Middle were sponsored for this opportunity by Katie Gussman, orchestra director. Students audition for placement in chamber orchestra, the higher level group, and the string orchestra, the secondary group. Over 250 string students from Hunterdon, Mercer, Middlesex, Monmouth, Somerset, and Union auditioned for this opportunity. All Memorial and middle students that auditioned were accepted. The students accepted into the chamber orchestra from Memorial: Eileen Lang, Noah Lee, and Joshua Lin. That was for violin. For viola, Toron Pfeffer, and for cello, Joshua Kim and Sunny Liang. For Marlborough Middle, on viola we had Stacy Chen, and for cello we had David Kim. The students accepted for string orchestra from Memorial were Phoebe Chen, Karina Yan, for violin, and for cello, Eric Chen. These students will represent Memorial and Middle at the Region 2 Intermediate Orchestra and Band Concert on March 8th, 2015. We want to offer sincere congratulations to all of these students. And last but certainly not least, the auditions for the 23rd Annual New Jersey Honor Choir. In December of 14, students from all over New Jersey recorded audition tapes in hopes of being accepted in the 23rd Annual New Jersey Honor Choir. And out of 211 students who auditioned, 5 members of middle school prestigious show choir were accepted. Kayla Fittipaldi for soprano 1, 3rd place. Brianna Brabham, alto. Thomas Kaiser, tenor, 3rd place. David Bunetta, 1st place, and Evan Pelea, 3rd place, were recommended and sponsored by Miss Julianne Chandler, their teacher at middle. So I want to congratulate all of our students for all of these amazing accomplishments. I think this is the most I've read since I've been here, and that's a lot to be proud of.
Great stuff. School bus abstracts, Ms. Baragoo.
Yes, as we do every month, we have run them, and all of our transportation and buildings and grounds drivers all have driving privileges in good standing.
Thank you, ma'am. Everybody received a copy of the superintendent's report, also the harassment, intimidation, bullying, HIB report, January 15th, January 11th, 5 incidents. Anybody have any questions or comments? Good?
Yep.
Okay. The attendance, what's going on here? Let me turn this off.
I'm not whistling.
I'm not whistling at me, I don't even know what it's on.
Can't whistle.
No.
Terrible.
You don't whistle while you work?
The current attendance, 5,231 students, which is 93 less than the same time last year. Upcoming meeting dates, Tuesday, March 3rd, workshop, Tuesday, March 10th, workshop, and Tuesday, March 17th, regular meeting. Approval of minutes resolution. John, would you mind reading, please?
Approval of minutes. Be it resolved that the minutes of the following meetings be approved as submitted. January 13th, 2015, workshop and executive. January 20th, 2015, regular and executive. I so move.
Thank you, John. Seconded by Craig. Any discussion on the minutes?
Second that.
Craig.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, Cindy, please call the roll.
Absolutely. Mrs. Matos?
Thirteen.
Yeah, I know. I don't know either.
20 memberships here.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, hold on.
Are you doing that?
13th, no. 20th, no. No.
13 was the reorg.
13th was a reorg, wasn't it?
13.
I have her being absent.
6 was the reorg.
Oh, 6 was the reorg.
Yes. 6 was reorg.
Gotcha.
She was here on the 20th. She wasn't here on the 13th.
Okay, so no.
Oh,
on
the
13th.
exec, she was absent.
Right,
Okay. The exec, you're absent on the 20th.
right.
Okay. Okay. You got all that?
Yeah.
Now you're going to tell
No on the
me.
13th, yes on the 20th regular, and no on the executive. Sorry.
You're going to repeat that. I got to write this.
So I thought for the sake of the first one.
No on the 13th, regular and exec. Yes on the 20th, regular, exec, no. Good?
Got it. Mrs. Rosenwald.
Yes.
Mrs. Dean.
Yes.
Mrs. Ennie?
Yes.
Mrs. Lou Rudell?
Yes.
Mr. Marshall?
Yes.
Mr. Dwyer?
Yes.
Mr. Lilinski?
Yes. Everybody received a copy of the Secretary of Business Administrator's report, including payroll certification and investment report. Any questions and comments on those items? All right. Seeing none, that'll bring us to the first public session, open to any item. When you address the board, you just need your name on the clipboard as well as the microphone. Do we have anybody's name on the clipboard already?
People?
Sorry, we could just announce who's first, and anybody can go, but we'll start in that order.
Okay, Bonnie.
Hey, Vaughn.
Okay,
Name and
so I'm
address.
here to talk about park.
Name and address, please.
So
Name-
Bonnie Gabazon, 2 Harvest Court. Okay, so at the last meeting, just talking about where we are with refusals and how the district is handling refusals. It's my understanding that students who refuse will be removed from the testing room and taken to another location to read or do classwork, and that's definitely a good thing. There's a few points that I still have questions about. So my questions are about the coding and where we are with that, and how are refusals being coded? Are they being coded as misconduct? And do children have to refuse to test themselves even though parents have sent in written notice? And if that is the case, if it's being coded as misconduct on the part of the child, and if they also have to refuse, I'd like to know where is that directive coming from, because I've only heard that taking place in a handful of districts. So I'd like to know where that disparity comes from between, why you're choosing to do that. Are you being, is that in writing somewhere from the state that says that's how you need to be doing it, and where is that policy coming from exactly?
Which part, Vaughn?
Being coded as misconduct.
Okay.
And children having to verbally or non-verbally refuse to their teachers before being removed. And also, if that's the case, do they need to do that every single day of the testing, or is it just the first day of testing? And I really would like a clear answer on where that directive is coming from. Is that your decision, or is that something that you are required to do by the state, and where can I see that in writing? I'd also like to say that over the last few weeks, I've been to 2 out of the 3 state education committee hearings on the use of standardized testing with Commissioner Hespy and his team and his commission. I've also been to the State Assembly Education Committee and spoke to the Assembly members on bills that were being introduced to protect people who are refusing the test, and also to delay the high-stakes uses of the park test. And I wanted to say that while I was there, it wasn't just parents speaking out. I was so happy to see that there were superintendents speaking to the assembly members. There were board members speaking to the assembly members, stating that this is their opinion, and they're not representing their boards, but they were there speaking. And it was very nice to see that. It was also quite obvious that hasn't been the involvement from our district, even if you want to speak in favor of, but there's been no representation, which I found disappointing. I also wanted to say that the assembly bills passed the education committee. They moved on to the full assembly, and it was passed in the full assembly 63-7 with overwhelming bipartisan support, and it now moves on to the Senate. I would also like to know why, hold on, I jotted this all down on an envelope. It's quite clear from what I've learned and heard and saw that it's the state who's playing hardball, that it's Hespy who's playing hardball, but it's also clear that not all the districts are going along with that. And I would like to know why everything I've heard from all our meetings has been a direct regurgitation of the state's just strong-arm tactics to get people to take this test, from misinformation to threats to, I don't know if you've seen social media lately, but bribing students to take the test with gift cards and grades, which has gone on in Hamilton, and I can't think of the other district, but that got shut down very quickly. But it's quite clear that the hardball is coming from the state. Some districts are going along with that and playing that same hardball, and I feel that's what has occurred here. I feel like the policy that we have in place for refusals has only been a result of countering everything that we've heard from you, Dr. Hibbs, from the beginning, which is really the line that the state was taking. And on one hand, I get that, but I also see that it doesn't need to be the case, and it hasn't needed to be the case. And at the local level, it's been such a hard fight just to get the kids out of the classroom and reading a book while they're being tested. So, yeah, and also I want to say that out of 600, almost 600 districts, there are now 30% of those districts now have policies, written policies in place that protect students from who are refusing the test and put them in a alternate location, which we've done. But I'm still stuck on the points of the coding of misconduct and children having to refuse, because I'm only hearing that from a handful, and I want to know why we're doing that and if that needs to be the case. And I would like to object to both of those issues, the coding of misconduct and having children as young as 8 have to refuse the test to their teachers when their parents have already sent in written notification. So that's it.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Thank you.
You have a name, Chris?
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, Andrea Caporelli.
I just need name and address on the microphone as well, please.
Andrea Caporelli, 22 Kennedy Drive. I'm here today for the issue of the heat at Dugan. It is a constant issue that's been happening since last year. It is just an issue that does not go away. If one room is working one day, another room day is not working. There's another room not working, or the kids are being shifted around between classrooms. It's a hindrance upon their learning experience. Kids are being told to put their jackets on. Kids are wearing gloves in classroom, and this is being found acceptable. Parents are calling, complaining. I'm constantly writing letters. I have to send a notification to say if my son's classroom is too cold, that he warrants needing wearing gloves or a jacket, or be switched to another classroom, he must come home. Kids are being refused phone calls home that their parents have told them to call home if it's too cold. They've been told, don't worry about it, it'll warm up. This is just unacceptable. The heating issue is constant in Dugan. There is no heat in some of the classrooms. I just don't even know what to say anymore. I'm disgusted by it. I'm being called up to the superintendent's office. I'm being shifted to talk to different people. It's not right. It's just not heat. It's New Jersey. We live in the Northeast. It is winter time. We have extreme temperatures. We have to be able to handle it. This can't be that there's no heat in the school. It can't be that first and third graders are being shifted around into other classrooms. It can't be, last year was the issue where kids were doubled up. There was 40 and 50 kids in a classroom. They did nothing all day but watch videos. This can no longer be an issue. I cannot have it. I have my son who was home from school. Yesterday I was directed to, well, why don't you keep him home for a few more days until the weather warms up? I can't find that as an acceptable answer as to what to do with my children when the school is too cold. I cannot be told, well, some kids' body temperature are different than others, and some it's okay for them to have cold gloves on because their body temperature is colder than other body temperatures. I'm sorry. It is not acceptable under any circumstance for 6, 7, 8, any age student to be wearing gloves in school. It's not acceptable. I don't know what else to say about this anymore before this is heard and before we have to take this to a higher level, before you get sued by people, because my son was home, borderline pneumonia, and I'm just scared every day sending him to school. I have to go to work. I'm trying to raise 3 children. I'm leaving my children in your hands to take care of them, and you're not doing that. There is no heat in Dugan. There is a serious issue. It is 2 years now, and it needs to be corrected. I am sorry. I don't know what to do. I've had to drag all my 3 kids here. I've got to take them home. I don't know what else to say anymore, but this has to be addressed, and this cannot be maintained and fixed room by room. It has to be fixed altogether. There needs to be an overhaul. We don't have time for this anymore. It is not fair for these kids. It is not fair.
Okay, we'll respond at the end of the public session. We always respond to everybody.
Thank
We
you.
will. Thank you.
Jen Levin. Jen Levin, oh, okay.
Hi, Jen Malone, 21 Kennedy Drive. I just want to congratulate Rhea and those nice words on Ann. She's one of my Girl Scouts, and I love that she advocated for what she believed in, and that's what all these parents are doing, is advocating for what they believe in. And I'm here to talk about the heat issue also at Dugan. When my daughter comes home and tells me that in the middle of the day they're told they should put their jackets on and their gloves on because it's so cold, it's not acceptable. I have to piggyback off of Andrea. Then they spend half the day switching rooms, and then they're in a room where they don't have all their supplies. So it's like a wasted work day. Today, I know some of the rooms were switched, but my daughter was not switched today. And she tells me, she's in 3rd grade, and I believe her, that every morning someone walks into the classroom with some sort of gadget to see what temperature the room is. Like, we're living in 2015 in Marlborough, New Jersey, and that they come in with a ladder every day to be fixing the duct. Obviously, it's not fixed. Okay, so it's just a concern. I'm concerned because they're told to wear gloves, which is not accessible. Well, next week they're taking the park where they're typing. Are they supposed to be wearing gloves when they're typing and taking the park exam?
Valid remarks.
This
We'll
is
come
something from last year, and we want to build on new schools. Let's fix what we have. Okay, and I'm just going to leave it at that. And I have, I talked to Mr. Hendrickson today about it. And I get from one person, and I'm being honest, and I told him that I'd probably come tonight. So it's something, I went through the process of commands, the chain of command. He is told he's not, and I would respect as a parent an email from the school saying, FYI, there's been some heat issues. We've had to do some juggling with the kids just to make sure everyone is comfortable, rather than it being a secret. Half the parents in Dugan probably don't even know because their kids don't even come home and talk about it. So I would just respect some communication about it. What?
The board member didn't know about it till today when I...
Well, that's why I said I'm coming to the meeting, because Mr. Hendrickson told me he's not allowed to send something out unless he's given permission. And then I call central office, and they say that each principal has the permission to send their own directive. So I'm just confused on who's allowed to send what and why it's not being communicated. Thank you.
Okay, we'll respond back. Thank you. Chris?
Robin Wolf.
Robin Wolf, 101 Cannonade Drive. I'm standing here tonight not to sound like a broken record, but to express my pure frustration with what is happening to our children, maybe even your children. I find that our children are no longer reading as many engaging, rich pieces of literature. They are not engaged in the fantastic projects. They no longer go on field trips. They no longer participate in activities that my older son participated in at Dugan. What is happening is that they are constantly being assessed. I'm finding that my child, a 5th grader, who is not an A student, is feeling like a failure. He comes home frustrated and very unsure of himself. As parents, we want our children to feel good about themselves as long as they try their best. He is starting to think that something is wrong with him. What is wrong with this picture? He says that he is stupid. We often discuss that he needs to just try his best and learn how to study. Maybe we should look at integrating a study skills class into our curriculum. Maybe we need this more than having math facilitators. I agree that we need to challenge students, but not so much that it destroys their self-image. We need to acknowledge that for some students, this amount of testing causes an emotional toll and major anxiety. I'm not necessarily talking about the park exam, but the weekly tests, the common assessments, and the CPTs. In his math class, it already states on the parent portal that there will be a CPT and a common assessment on February 27th. And again, on April 2nd, there will be a CPT and a common assessment. And of course, this has to be squeezed in between the park performance-based assessment, and they will still have the park end-of-year assessment, as well as more common assessments and CPTs and weekly tests. It is amazing at 10 years old that my son is learning that no matter how hard he studies and knows the content, he has a difficult time doing well, as many of our assessments are based on reading comprehension skills, as opposed to testing for content of what he has learned and already knows. I recall when my older son was in Marlborough Middle School, Achieve scores were used as grades, which was definitely a disadvantage to students that scored high on their Achieve. These students were taking reading comprehension quizzes that were well above their true understanding. It was finally realized that these Achieve quizzes should not be used in their grades. Now, I'm finding with my younger son that using reading comprehension with Lexile's levels above his is hurting his grades. He studies in a study group with a friend, and both boys are realizing that no matter if they know the content, they may not do well as the reading component is above their Lexile level. The reading component may be based on an average fifth grader, but there are students that are not reading at that Lexile level. Can't we differentiate the reading component to benefit the students that are reading at lower Lexile levels? We are really hurting and discouraging our own Marlboro students. As an educator, I believe that there are a variety of ways for students to be assessed. We do not need to always throw a test at them. In my classroom, I assess students all the time. I may collect exit slips, ask a question, do an online poll, or a quick quiz. In each of these cases, I get immediate, useful data about my students' performance. This is an ongoing process and gives me a good picture of what my students need. It seems as if tests have taken a center stage in Marlboro classrooms, which often takes away from valuable learning time. We need to figure out a way to maximize our students' learning experience without having a massive amount of assessments. Is the extreme focus on testing driving us away from what our students need? As teachers, we value assessments as an important tool, but the excessive emphasis on testing and test prep is damaging our efforts to provide students with a well-rounded education, as well as preventing them from developing critical thinking skills. It is amazing that in the middle school this week, they are going to practice doing the PARCC test for 2 days for almost 4 hours each day. This is taking away from valuable teaching time. We always seem so concerned with losing teaching time, and here we are, losing close to 8 hours of teaching. Looking at the parent portal and discussing with friends the number of assessments compared to the number of assignments listed is amazing. After counting, more than 50% of the postings are counted as either quizzes or tests. Independent practice, projects, teacher observations are now playing such a minor role in our children's education. I have to commend my son's homeroom teacher and his reading teacher, Mrs. Lester. She has truly gone above and beyond the call of duty with helping me and him get through this year. I do not blame any of this on the teachers. They get directives about the assessments and have to follow them. Hearing Marlboro teachers speak, whether it be at the gym, the supermarket, or any other place, they all sound as if their bubble has popped. They are deflated. We have an amazing staff in Marlboro, but the amount of work and tests that they have to throw on the students is hard for them. As a teacher, it is very hard to speak up in situations like this. Their jobs are precious to them. I can only imagine that if an anonymous survey was done, many of them would express their dismay with how they have to teach and assess today. I appreciate that the guidance counselors have been visiting the classrooms. I would be interested in hearing their findings as well as hearing about the results. I want to thank Mr. Ballone for calling me in regards to an email I sent to Dr. Hibbs regarding the guidance counselor visits. When speaking to Mr. Ballone, I suggested that maybe the parents are sent a survey as well. I asked my son about the guidance counselor visit, and he told me that it was fine and that nobody spoke up to say that they were stressed. Of course not. They're children, not expressing to their class that they are stressed about school. Some of these children may be completely unaware that what they are feeling is truly anxiety. In reality, what 8, 9, 10, 11-year-old should be feeling anxiety when coming to school? I know that there are children in the class that are stressed and anxious about school. Let's find out from the parents about their children who do not want to get on the bus. Let's find out about the kids who fight with their parents, studying for test after test. Let's find out about the kids that are stressed because of all the testing. We need to make sure that we are doing the best that we can with our students. We need to make sure that our children are well-rounded. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Jen Wexler.
Hi, Jen Wexler, 46 Damascus Drive. The first thing I'd like to say is thank you, Mr. Ballone and Dr. Hibbs, for publishing the percentages, the tests, the quizzes, and the individual student work. There was one slight inconsistency. One page said that the daily work was 15%, one said it was 10%. Unless I'm reading it wrong, I'm not sure. But it was definitely helpful. A concern that a parent brought up at the last meeting was really interesting, and she said, what happens when We are using common assessments as test grades, but what if, Mrs. Dean has 10 tests and Mrs. Matos has 20 tests, then the value of the common assessment is definitely changed from teacher to teacher. Clearly with Common Core and everything we're doing in the classroom, utilizing common assessments, et cetera, we're homogenizing, creativity, we're homogenizing the teachers. What are we going to do about this if one teacher is giving more assessments and then therefore negating the value of the common assessments, which are impacting other student grades tremendously? Are we moving toward, teachers, all third grade teachers having the same number of assessments in every category? What are we going to do to combat that? Because it's really not fair if that common assessment that I do not study for with my children impacts their grade more than another teacher who gives more assessments. So if you could address that, that would be helpful. Sure. Another thing was some content on a study island of my third grader. If I could share that with you, I would appreciate it. In 1871, a great fire started in Chicago. It killed at least 250 people. 90,000 people did not have a home after it ended. The fire wrecked 4 square miles near the center of the city. Legend says that the fire started when a cow kicked over a lantern. The fire spread because there was no rain. People worked to rebuild the city. Chicago kept growing. After the fire, stores moved from the Chicago River. They moved over to State Street. My issue with this is that 250 people were killed in a fire. I find that unbelievably inappropriate. This is the kind of information that I shield my children from when the news comes on, and I just find that content to be completely inappropriate. Again, not the teacher's fault, not the principal's fault, but we are engaging in technology that is not always previewed before it's assigned, and I have a serious issue with that. And the last point is, you've said, Dr. Hibbs, quite a few times that other schools were handling the refusal issue wrong, that as per your interpretation, other districts are just not doing it correctly. My question is, what is the consequence to schools and to superintendents of those districts, since many of them are handling it wrong? Is there a monetary consequence? Basically, I guess many of us just want to know how come you don't want to handle it wrong, because we would absolutely support you if you decided to do so. Okay, thank you.
Faith Jager.
Faith Jager, 7 Michelle Court. First, I just want to say that I agree with everything Robin Wolf said. Completely agree. I'm behind her 100%. My concern that I came up here about is that I'm an educator. I know that my kids can opt out of the park. Everyone in this room knows their kids can opt out of the park. Most of the parents in this district do not know their kids can opt out. I have a lot of respect for Ocean Township. They mailed something home to all their parents, giving them advice, telling them that they are entitled to allow their children to opt out, and a form for them to fill out. I think Marlborough Township should do the same thing, because it's not fair that all our parents aren't educated in their rights.
Okay, thank you.
Steve Cudlitz.
What was the name?
Steve Cudlitz.
Oh, okay.
Okay, good.
Steve Cudlitz, 2 Eileen Lane, Marlboro, 07746. 3 quick points. The refusal of the park, I'm not afraid to say we've already submitted an email. We're having our son Ryan refuse it. My big question is, it was mentioned by Bonnie earlier, we're speaking on behalf of him, and we've already submitted on behalf of him. I don't see anything positive about having to have him now basically tell the teacher himself verbatim at age 11 that he's now also, I'm also refusing the park exam. He's now put on stage in front of all the other kids. Everybody seems to know now who's not taking it. It becomes a negative attention grabbing to me. That the only thing you gain out of that is shaming the kid or kids and segregating them, really. That's one point. Secondly, with the cold issue, that was the first I've heard of it. And I don't know. I mean, I remember when my son was in Dugan, when it got too hot, the school's closed. So if it's too cold, am I missing something here? I don't know. And the third thing is, I just read here, Sahara Sam's, congratulations to them, that they're going to get 7 buses. They're going to receive, and we're going to receive revenue from it. And Mrs. Patricia Florentine of Weichert Realtors is going to be able to advertise on the buses. I don't see, for $1,911, we're going to let the private sector not only infiltrate within our schools, the foods the kids eat, what they drink, in some cases, how they're being assessed, by the way. Now they're going to flaunt it in our face and put it on our buses. If they can't afford other advertising, why are we allowing them to use our buses as such? There's just something wrong. This doesn't sit right with me. Why a private sector should be able to advertise on our school buses. Next thing you know, they're going to become moving billboards. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We have no other names to clipboard, but anyone else in public wish to address the board on any item, you're welcome to do so.
Is that good?
That's good.
Okay. Hi, everybody. I don't want to leave
Just
tonight
name and
without
address.
having a concrete
Amy,
and
just name and address, please.
What did you say?
Name and address.
Oh.
I'm sorry.
Amy First Toland,
Okay.
7 Jefferson Road. I said it over there, didn't I? And you don't know who I am.
Just for the tape, just for the tape.
I am. I don't want to leave today without a concrete answer regarding the coding for this exam. We've asked several times. I don't want to hear anymore that it's going to be coded appropriately. That's not an appropriate answer. I want to know what you're doing. I submitted the form to the board last week, showing you directly from the park manual in regard to what all the districts are using. It's an irregularity form, and it just has to say the parent refused. You can't go by what you're reading in the park manual because this is very different, and I don't want to go over and over it again, but the misconduct in that situation is kids that are acting out are going to be removed from the room. That's what it is. You're using that and saying misconduct is the only way we can get them out. This is different. The parents are refusing for the children. These children aren't refusing on their own. So I'm hoping that you may change your mind in the next couple of days and not make 8-year-old Johnny get in front of the class as the only kid maybe and say, I'm refusing. You know, today my child was the only one in the classroom. He's 13. I don't think he really cared, and it was handled very nicely. He walked into his class. He was sent to the library. Whoever refused was there. It was smooth. However, I don't know if when he was 8 and 9 years old, if he would have stood up to his teachers and said, I don't want to do this. I know it's the right thing to do, but there's 20 kids around me, and you're my teacher who I look up to, but I'm not taking this test. I don't know. I think you need to think about that one. I hope you did. I hope you have a better answer today, since the test is next week. So that's about them refusing as well. I just want to clarify one thing. It seems that a lot of people are hearing from teachers that if they're going to refuse, what they need to do is they need to log on. As soon as they log on, they can walk out of the room, and they'll get a 0 when they leave. So I've heard that several times. It's on my Marlboro Cares page all over the place, and I just want to dismiss that if that's wrong. I'll be very happy to do that. I heard about a deadline in regard to refusals. I don't think that's the case here. If it is, please let us know. We'll try to know. I also wanted to know at this point how many are refusing, and when you give us that number, if you can just let us know if that's a family, because some families have 2 or 3 children. I don't. I have 1, so he counts as 1 refusal. But I don't know if that 22 or 24 number was by family. I don't know why you don't want to call me personally, and or Mr. Bowen's going to call, but that's okay. I know that.
That wasn't nice.
No, I want you to call me. I want to talk to you.
We split up phone calls because we had a lot, and today was a board meeting day.
Aren't that many refusals?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll tell you when I'm all done.
Okay, good. All right, I'm ready. Okay, I'm ready. No problem. You know, and when you do talk about all the other districts that they're doing something wrong, But when you want to align with all those other districts, you say, this is what all the other districts are doing. We're doing the same thing they're doing. Freehold, Manalapan, Howell, everybody. Same thing. They're doing it. That's why we're doing it. Go do your own homework. And I do. But then you're going to use it to say that they're doing it wrong, when there is no policy requiring these children to raise their hand and say that they refuse the test. It doesn't say it anywhere. I know you want to do good by these children. I really do. Certain things are state mandated, and I am so redundant with this, and I really am sorry. This will be the last time, but I really want you to do right for them, okay, where you can. You're state mandated to teach the Common Core curriculum in the park and all of that. But wherever you can make it easier for the children, especially those that are refusing, it's the first time, I'm just asking you to make it a little bit easier. We did bring up many times in regard to the stress and anxiety that's going on in the classrooms since October. We've asked you to please try to minimize that by minimizing the amount of district tests. When you compare Marlborough to all the other districts, which I have, it's a huge number. In lieu of that, you've decided to give out a survey and have principals and head of child study teams come into the classroom, turn on that Taylor Swift song that if I turned it on now, you'd be dancing and you'd be happy and you wouldn't be worried about the heat at Dugan right now. So really, in that survey, I don't know what to say, you know. And yeah, my son came home and seems he's okay. He's a little bit nervous. He checked off odd numbers. Is he okay? No, not so much. And I think it's hard for children at any age at that point with their friends to say, I'm nervous. You know what? I don't know this. These are not conversations they're having with each other in school. They're not going to be honest and say, I'm clueless, I'm nervous, I'm not prepared, I didn't prepare because of A, B, C, and D. Is this really the best you can do as a response to us to lessen the anxiety and the stress? Can you please just look at the testing and try to minimize it that way? You know, and we are aware about the park and Common Core. We are fighting it at the legislation level. We are fighting it, you know, with Senator Sweeney. We are doing that. And we're not asking you to do anything really to help us out with that. We will represent and do what we need to do. So we really are doing that. But we are asking you to do whatever you can in this situation, which you do have a lot of leniency from Mr. Hespy. I know that we refer to his October email a lot, but we can also refer to it where he did give districts, you know, the right to do what they think is right by their children. And I know that you're trying to do great. You're trying to prepare the kids. You're going by the book. But when you don't have to, I don't think you need to make it harder. I don't think that if you put out a written policy that you're going to get 2,000 children to refuse. There's almost a bigger battle on the other side in regard to the park. And your number is so minute, really. If you put out a written policy and make us all, you know, cover us, let us at this point feel good. It's in writing. This is what's going to happen. That's it. Again, over 100 districts are doing it. So, like you say, all the other districts are doing it. We're going to do it too. I hope that you decide to do that as well. And I am curious, actually. I don't know if I already said that. I am curious if you do have the survey results back from how the kids are doing. I really would like to know how that went and if you heard anything that went on when that practice park exam was done. I have a lot of feedback from many parents. I can't tell you about my son. He was in the library. I have feedback from honor roll students and kids that score very well who basically decided to just guess. I can't, I don't know what to say about it. They think it's ridiculous. They think it's very hard. I don't know if they're set up to fail with this exam now and maybe succeed, you know, in May. Not one child said that they did well. Not one child said they understood it. So that's just my feedback to you. I don't know what you're getting from anybody else. And I can't even say that about my child because he didn't take the test. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Amy.
Anyone else in the public wish to address the board on any item?
Erica Boylan, 27 Edie Drive. So I just texted my husband, of course. He said that my son did say in Dugan, someone came in to check the temperature, and it was 55 Fahrenheit. I guess they checked more than once. And so the teacher, I don't know if it was math or homeroom, but she made a good game out of it, and they were actually able to convert that it was 13 Celsius. I don't know if that's right, so check it. I'm just going by my husband's text. But if that's the case, and I worked, I don't want my kids home, I'll put a hat and gloves on them. It's not the right thing. Send them home if it's cold, whatever. I know you can't decide tonight, but at what point, this isn't going to be fixed tomorrow or whenever, at what number do we draw the line and say something's wrong, and where do we put the kids? Because I have 3, 2 of them had an issue in their rooms with 55-ish degree temperature. So is there a
No one's
number?
going to argue that something's not wrong, but we'll
No, I know, but I want to know, like, at what, like, obviously, if you're just hearing about this tonight, it's not going to be fixed.
Right.
Tomorrow, probably even the next day. But, so at what point, and then what do we do with all the kids?
Thank you.
Twister in the gym is okay with me. I'm anti-test.
Okay.
On the day of the park, right?
Yeah.
I'll be home.
Okay. Anyone else in public?
Math lives is educational, because it's parts of speech.
Anyone else in public wish to address the board on any item? All right, seeing none, sir.
Okay. So let me clarify. The reason why I've taken the approach that a student or an opt-out from a parent is not enough is simply because that's the guidance that we're given. What other people do, I can have a value judgment on, just like you have value judgments on what's happening here. So when I have clear guidance from the commissioner who has said he sets the state program, that program includes assessment, every child must sit for the assessment. He has never then come out and said, but by the way, each individual school district, you can handle it any way that you want. That's never been said. You know, he's been very clear all through this that there's a path that people take. In my opinion, as your superintendent, that is what should be done. What other people choose to do with that, that's up to them. And that's their personal choice. So when you look at, the way that a student can not take this assessment, they have to refuse it. It doesn't say anything in there about parent refusal. I'm not saying that you don't have a right to not want them in the park manuals that we have. To be removed from the room, go to New Jersey in the back. It's clear. And I don't like the word misconduct. I think it's an ugly word. But when it says misconduct and you go over to the right to, what demonstrates misconduct, there are examples. One of those is student refusal. So we are not going to have kids sit and stare. They will be removed from the testing environment, but they have to demonstrate that. I know you don't like that answer. That is the answer. As far as, someone saying, and I'm going right down the list here, all the other districts are doing it, those words are taken out of context because I never fall in line with another district unless I absolutely believe in something. So I might have said in the past we should align our calendars to the regional or something along those lines, but I never ever, as your superintendent, say that I support something just because other people were doing it. Michael, can you talk about how Practice Park went, please? Just generally, please.
Sure. Just in general, I was personally at Marlboro Middle yesterday in an 8th grade class. Park went very smoothly. There were very minor technical issues. In that classroom, there were 2 Chromebooks that needed restarting. It's a very simple. I actually restarted them myself. Went over, held the button down, literally seconds, and restarted, and the student was, both students were able to resume testing. I know I went down then into into Mr. Ennie's office after that session. For those of you who don't know, Tom Ennie, he basically heads up our technology department, district technology network administrator. He showed me his dashboard of the district, and he can speak more intelligently on the technical terms, the domain-specific vocabulary for technology. However, nothing was adversely affecting our devices, our access points, or any of our caching servers that we have in each of our buildings. Tom monitors that on a regular basis, and yesterday he was looking at that intently and we have no issues there. In terms of students, Mrs. Toland, in terms of student feedback and having students guess, I can't really speak to that. I didn't interview students after the fact, so I can only go by what you're telling us. But I, didn't see any visible issues. DeFino, I called over to DeFino. They tested yesterday as well. Basically simultaneously, they tested a little later than Marlboro Middle. They did not have any material issues as well from a technological standpoint. Robertsville was today. I heard back from Mrs. York, the vice principal at Robertsville. She was very happy with how everything went at Robertsville today. Again, no technical issues. Memorial was last week. They had actually one technical issue that was immediately fixed by Mr. Ennie and his crew. Had nothing to do with Park. It was just settings in the Chromebook. That was quickly fixed. Who did I leave out? I guess Dugan, Thursday, and Morrell and Asher tomorrow. So that's what I can report. As of now, we're in pretty good shape.
Michael, can you also talk about the coding?
Sure. With respect to coding, just for your reference, if you go to page 117 of the Test Administrator's Manual, under New Jersey, it's on the right side of the page. It's a chart. It's the last box on that page, page 117. It talks about, Mrs. Toland has it right there, talks about the word misconduct. I'm having a difficult time understanding your request in terms of the quote-unquote coding. I, as the district testing coordinator, will obtain the testing irregularity or security breach form that Mrs. Toland so graciously shared at the last board meeting. It is, in fact, that form. At the bottom of that form is a section where the school testing coordinator, in most cases is the vice principal, will fill out the form. On the bottom section there is a box, I guess like a narrative box, where you can fill in the exact reason for the testing irregularity. That testing irregularity box for a refusal will say student refused test. I have correspondence from the State Department of New Jersey Department of Education in terms of the word coding. They have not decided what they're going to do. So it kind of traverses back to your question, Mrs. Toland, with respect to scoring of a 0. And if students refuse, will they be scored a 0? The state has not, they don't have any information on that for us yet. So that question was specifically asked of them. In terms of the word coding, we don't code here. The state codes it on their level. When they get the testing irregularity or security breach form, I have the responsibility within 2 days to send that up to Pearson through their secure site. At that point, the state gathers the information and they quote unquote code.
So Mike, make it clear. So we're not writing misconduct anywhere.
We're just writing parent refusal?
No, we're not writing parent refusal. We're writing student refused test.
So that's what you're going to write, and then you're going to send that, and they're going to code it?
And the state codes it.
So you're not going to write misconduct on the form?
No.
If that's written, the state's going to write it?
We do not write the word misconduct.
Okay.
Just have.
I believe the superintendent said the student has to refuse.
Look, I know you don't like my answer. I 100% understand that.
We can't go back and forth. Let him finish.
There is no official opt-out. That's really, look, and your fight is not with me. There is no official opt-out for a parent. You can call the executive county superintendent. I know, Bonnie, how passionate you are about that. I do. I get it. I understand it. I understand.
We can't go back and forth.
Yeah. But not if I don't agree, Bonnie. Not if I don't agree. because I don't. I think it's the wrong thing. I think that I am given a clear course of action.
We can't go back. We can't go back and forth.
Okay. I mean, every board meeting, I have clearly explained, why I feel the way that I do. October 30th memo is crystal clear. Commissioner of Education sets the educational program. That includes testing. Every student must sit for the test, as per code.
But let's be clear what Mike just said, that Mr. Balone just said, that we're not writing misconduct, and I believe I heard at many board meetings. Let me
just keep going.
Yeah, keep going.
All right, content of Study Island for Jen. I'm happy to have Mr. Bowman look at that. I have not taken a look at the third grade Study Island for the Chicago Fire.
That is a history thing.
It would be,
That's
absolutely.
history. That's
But there's
history.
no
They
reason
haven't-
why we can't look and see it specifically. Yeah, I know that it's history, definitely, but the community member's bringing up a point. The first thing you do is to read the passage, and then we can come back, and I'll be happy to have Mr. Bowman contact you, Jen, about the passage, okay? And Amy, we addressed the fact of the coding.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry. We have approximately in the 50-ish range, which is a little less than 1% of the population. Whether or not it does go across families. I don't have that information at my tips. I'd have to actually calculate it. But obviously, there are some parents that have refused for their entire family. There are others that have not and have refused for one child and not the other, as approximately. Yeah, it's approximately 50 students, approximately. Yes. So if you divide that down, it'll be less. There are multiple students in some families. So I'm going by students. As of today, it was less than 1% of our population.
We can't go back and forth, man.
Okay. And those are the questions that I have.
No, the
Which
heat.
questions?
Heat.
Oh, no, that's questions for Park.
Okay.
Yeah. The students will all be logged on to the assessment, yes.
They're refusing?
If they refuse, they log on first?
They have to refuse. They will be logged on. They will be then shut out and closed out of the exam. Mr. Balone, can you take the log on?
Can't have back and forth. Guy.
Okay, so in terms of logging on, when a student enters the testing environment, again, we have to assume that every child is taking the assessment. When a child refuses...
Okay. Let him finish, please.
Okay, so just with any other test, the test administrator will go through the directions. Part of that is a student ticket. The student has a unique number. Student places that number into the logon page. They're also provided with a seal code. Okay, the seal code is like a virtual. The NJ Ask, they had literally a sticker holding the pages together, so you couldn't open up different sections of the assessment. You'd have to take your eraser and break that. That's what the seal code does. So the student has a ticket number and a seal code. Okay, the student puts that in. At that point, the student could either just not progress through the assessment. The teacher has a dashboard. The teacher can view how the students are progressing or not progressing in some cases. At that point, the student doesn't even have to say anything, can just sit there, and especially if we have a refusal letter, the test administrator can assume that, okay, we're not moving forward here, and the testing session will be closed. The other way is beforehand, a student can verbally say respectfully, I refuse to take this assessment. Again, we have no problem with that. We understand it. They could do it, in fact, before the login. And then that would be treated much like, let's say a student were absent, right? If a student were absent,
We can't have back and forth. The mic just said that. Okay. Mike, so before, I just heard you right, you said before the login, the student can refuse.
so clarifying statement, no test administrator will take a child's hands and force them on the keyboard. So if in that case, a child simply walks into the classroom and refuses to even push a button, we're not going to force a log on. We'll treat it much that test.
All right, Mike, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Move on to the heat.
Okay. Heated Dugan. Sin, can you give us an update on the Heated Dugan, please? And where we are?
Yes, I can. We have been working on this, and it's been two different issues. The first issue, I'm sorry. There's been two different issues. The first issue that happened last year was in one wing, and we stumbled upon what was going on with it and stuff just by happenstance. Bruce has been up there looking at it. Bruce is our maintenance foreman. They resolved the problem. This year, this has been a random thing. And I will tell you, we've had contractors in looking at this. We can't figure out what the issues are and stuff. We've got two potential solutions right now we're working on. One we just did today. One we're looking at parts to do. But the way this is working, it's not all the same rooms every day. So, and we've got a room here, and the room on either side is warm. So we can't figure this out. And we are working on it. I'm over there every single day.
Yeah,
over there.
It's a puzzle piece. Can you say specifically what the two solutions we're working on now are, Sin?
We're looking at putting fins on in the units on the pipes now, and it's actual clip-on fins that will push out more heat. And we also upstairs today, our gentleman who works on our boilers actually did something with is Bruce here? Where's Bruce? Bruce must be in my office. Bruce is here. He did something with up above the ceiling that is actually, we believe, is going to be giving us more heat tomorrow too.
Cool.
So we're working on that too. We also need to replace some actuators, and the unit does need the units need attention. We know the boiler's pushing out water and pushing out and doing what it needs to do, but there's how it's getting there is part of it and stuff. So we know that.
So just the public knows, this is the first the board is hearing what's going on in Dugan. We haven't heard before today what was going on, so it's the first we're hearing, so the public knows. Vicki just whisked it over to me, and I had the same idea as well. There's no way to put any kind of portable heating in rooms?
You can't put space heaters in, they're illegal.
Illegal.
No, and actually, I will tell you.
In time, I didn't mean forever.
Yeah, no, you're not allowed. You're not allowed. And the Department of Health was there today, just as a view as a courtesy check on things, and she walked in the one room and she said, it's fine. The kids were there. I have some kids in T-shirts. I have other kids that wear sweatshirts and are wearing coats.
Well, no one's going to argue that it's not cold. I heard people talking, I heard temperatures. It's cold.
And some of the rooms are colder than others.
It needs to be
stuff.
fixed. So,
but
how many rooms are we talking about being under, let's say, 70?
Well,
all of them.
Yeah, 70.
I mean, there's no room in districts in 70 unless
whatever our normal is. What is how many?
68, 66, somewhere. It depends. It depends on the day. It depends. Sometimes we could have 2. Sometimes we can have 4. It's not a lot and stuff. So it depends, and they're not the same rooms.
Dr. Hibbs, how many rooms are empty in Dugan?
Mr. Hendrickson, I don't know the answer. How many rooms are empty
It varies
in Dugan?
because he can move classes around.
Rooms that aren't being used. Unused.
Aren't being used. I have one full classroom that is currently not being used. That's our go-to standby, our first choice. But there are other options that are available on any given day, depending on our traveling teachers, such as band, the scope of our GNT program. There are periods that room is vacant and we're able to use it. There's also the ability for us to
And last year's problem, ended up, Bruce, can you speak just very quickly about what last year's problem was when we had you have to come to the mic. I know you're going to hate that. I'm sorry. Everybody, this is Bruce.
How you doing?
Yes.
No, board knew all about last year's problem. Yeah. Well, no.
Okay, I'm speaking.
Yes. Well, you just talk about what last year's problem was. Yeah.
Well, basically the same thing that we're talking about. Some classrooms, some days will be warm. Other days, that same exact classroom would be cold. Not really cold. I'm talking like 65, 66 degrees. We had control problems. We have problems where the controls are outdated. We're trying to rectify it. And we're up to this point now where we're getting these single-digit days. I mean, when it's negative, 15 with the wind chill factor, the school with the control problems is having a problem keeping up with it.
So, Cindy, we have
Thank you, Bruce.
besides the fins, do we have a control problem solution coming into play?
What we have found, okay, in researching this in a large aspect is that, and I'm going to recognize somebody. Mr. Stein's brother is his counterpart over in Homedale. He came over last week and spent 2.5 hours and gave us some valuable information. And one of the things that happened was, and then we called to one of the contractors we've been working with, and they said, we've tried over time you've got to update your control systems and stuff, and we didn't. What do I know? That's not my thing. So we're going to work on updating the controls, because you're not running your buildings on efficient controls, on controls, period. A lot of them are manual. So we've got to get them up to being run on a computerized basis so you can log in. His brother was running Homedale, and he says, well, wait a second, the temperature's reading 83 degrees. What's going on here? We can't do that. We need to be able to do that.
Well, I don't want you to think that I haven't not informed you since November. It really got single digits not that long ago, and it's not as if we've been moving classrooms every day, 16 classrooms since November. That's not accurate at all. The simple fact of the matter is Dugan is our coldest school. It has been the coldest school in district forever. Last year's issue up in the above, there was a gaping hole that was the cause. We systemically repaired that last year, thinking that we had everything the right way. When temperatures were just normally cold, Dugan is not a toaster, but it's not cold. And then when it hits negative 15, that was our issue. And since that time, in the last week and a half, we've really been trying to dig in and solve the puzzle pieces of this.
So, okay.
No.
Really?
Well, we've let everybody else in the
Okay.
audience ask questions.
Yeah, but we can't set it. We don't have controls to set it.
You asked that question while you were speaking as well. She did ask that question while she was speaking.
What's the acceptable ranges that?
Yeah, usually 68.
Dr. Hibbs,
Mhm.
I want to know then what administration is doing. I don't care if it's a day. Those kids should not be sitting in 50-degree classrooms.
And they're not. They're moved. When they're that
Well,
cold, they are
if
moved.
the parents are being told by their kids, I had to wear my coat all day, they're
I
not
don't
being
even want your
moved.
kid to wear a coat all day long.
And gloves.
That's crazy.
I think that we need to make sure.
Okay. Okay.
I have a question. I have a question also. I agree with you, Debbie, that our kids real, I think we should be demanding an answer on that one. I'm sorry. I agree with Debbie, and I think we should be demanding an answer. I'm also upset that we weren't informed that our kids were being moved around like that. That the first that we're hearing about it is here. But I have a bigger issue. Being on construction, why weren't we told about this? We should have been informed of this. We're informed when the controls were bad at middle. I get it. We really okay, and also controls, regardless if they're old or not, and they're analog or digital.
They don't exist.
No. Regardless if they're analog or digital, they should be kept up.
Absolutely.
So even if they're analog, if they're not working, they have to be repaired. So why weren't they repaired? Why weren't they kept up? So, and a system has to be balanced. In my home, if the system has to be balanced, and I'm going to equate this. My daughter called. I was at my daughter's house, and the thermostat upstairs is ice cold. Downstairs is ice cold. Upstairs is hot. I call my husband. I go, "You got to get over here. The baby. You got to get over here." He comes in. He looks. He tweaks, and now the system is running in the house because the system had to be tweaked. So it's the same difference. You got to get somebody in to tweak the system. It has to be balanced. So why are we have kids? We can't have this.
Have we called somebody from the outside to come in?
Yes, we have 2 contractors.
I've been angry. I'm sorry.
And
I'm having a bad day.
They're
I'm
actively
angry about a lot
working
of
on the problem,
Giving
2
them-
contractors from the
Giving-
outside.
yes.
When will we have the next update as to what they found and what they can do?
I will give you an update next Tuesday.
Well, I don't want, Cindy.
No.
We can't wait till.
Okay, John?
I just have one question. It's supposed to be single digit, it's supposed to be very cold for the next week or two. What are we going to do at what point, when the temperature hits a certain level, or there's a certain number of classrooms, have we thought about that? What are we going to do if we can't move kids? Do we have a plan? That's all I want to know. Because it sounds to me like we're going to try to fix the problem, but we should have something in
like a backup?
Well, no, not necessarily a backup. What are we going to do with the kids if the temperature hits a certain degree and all of a sudden we're moving more than 1 or 2 classrooms? But hold on. Hold on. My floor. You're lucky I'm not up there banging the. And that's all I want to know. Just for the next 2 or 3 weeks, because somebody made a point of, when it's too hot, we take off. Well, if it's too cold, and I don't know if they're wearing sweaters or T-shirts, it doesn't really matter. At what temperature do we say, let's pack it in, kids, and go home?
Sam,
that's all I want to know.
When it's been frigid, how many rooms are being moved?
4.
You said 3?
On Friday, it's
4.
That was 4.
Today?
3.
So I want to be clear. This is not acceptable. We are trying 1,000% to dig into what the systemic cause is. Last year it was easy. We went up in the ceiling. There was a gaping hole that we fixed. It put the patch on. When it hits the negative digits, Dugan is cold. We have contractors coming in. We talked to Cindy today about the fact that if they have to be here all weekend solving this problem, not a problem. They'll be in there all weekend solving the problem.
I clearly hear that we're trying to get to the root of the problem and figure it out. But that root of the problem might not happen in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 days. I just want to know what the administration has in mind in the event we got to move more than 3, 4, 5 classrooms, and it's an untenable situation for the children. And that's all I want the administration to think about.
In every scenario, aside from a total system failure,
Right.
Mr. Hendrickson and Ms. Skandal will be able to solve any problem that exists in that building.
And can we put out to the parents
random.
in the morning that we're having these problems, that there is an issue, so they're not hearing about it, we hear about it at the same time, so we don't get clipped. And they're not having kids coming home at 2:30 with, Mommy, give me a hot chocolate because I've been freezing my buns off in class all day.
Not a problem.
Not a
problem.
And we will work as hard as we can, I'm sure, to figure out the problem.
I will tell you, this is extremely frustrating to me because it's like a puzzle. And to this gentleman, it's like every morning it's like, oh my gosh, what am I going to find at Dugan today? And it's hard for us. And we're parents.
I have been down this road. I know it's cold here, it's warm over there, or you try to fix it here, and the next thing you know, it's like. It is a real puzzle, and it's a problem.
It's 42 today. My new issue, like putting sweeps on the doors, just to try and rectify some of the cold that's coming in.
I just think a plan for the parents to know at what point, there's a point of no return, and there's a point of, he can't do a thing about it, we're moving too many kids around, and it's a problem.
Yeah. No,
And letting them know,
get
that's
it.
all. Both, both. You know, if you're moving kids around and they're really sitting there doing not much of anything because they're in a library or they're in a gym that's warm and they're doing nothing. But also remember one thing, if the school turns around and says we're going to send people home, that's a bigger issue. That can be problematic also. So be careful what we ask for. Right.
Okay.
I just think that they're going to work as hard as they can.
We are.
And I think administration just said that they would inform you as best they can. And if it becomes untenable, I'm sure they'll find a way around it.
Okay, thank you, John.
How's that?
Well spent.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. I'm just going to add on to the assessments that was brought up again tonight. Again, superintendent has assured me he is looking into assessments. There will be a revised assessment schedule next year.
Yep.
As far as weighting, as far as how many.
There's going to be, we're looking hard at weights. We're looking down on numbers. There will be the elimination of certain ones to honor what being brought.
Okay, that'll be forthcoming. Okay?
I do listen.
Debbie.
No, there'll be changes.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that the Dugan parents are getting an email. Is that the plan of action? They're getting an email?
Sure. You want a full email about we're
No,
looking at the
I would just, if I were a parent there, I would want to know. So, I mean, I would also want to know that my principal is working on my child not being in a 50-degree classroom tomorrow morning, not Monday morning.
Okay.
So, I mean, I just will hope that you guys can come up with something.
I'll work
to
with Mr.
reiterate
Hendrickson. We'll
that.
craft one that'll go tomorrow. It'll go tomorrow.
And I just want to mention one thing. I mean, I know that this has been from Friday, but you're talking about 3 classroom days, and you're also talking about us getting emails with fire drills, or whatever they're called now. The drills that the children do.
Safety.
Thank you, the safety drill. And these kids have been freezing in some of these classrooms for 3 days. I don't know, I feel terrible as board members that we couldn't discuss anything or bring it back up to you, or, you know.
I mean, to be fair, look, if you want, I absolutely could have shot you an email. Okay, so I will own that. In the last week, this is when it got problematic when we dug into it, and it's not the same room every day. So we're looking into the systemic cause of it. So not a problem. We will 100% craft an email to our Dugan families and say that we're looking at it, absolutely, and that their children will be safe and secure.
And warm.
And warm.
Okay. I just want to read something that came out of the paper that I wanted to read because I knew you guys were coming back importantly. So there were 2 things that I wanted to read to you. This was from the Asbury Park Press. Okay, but there's a part in it that I want to make sure that I get out there. 2 things I want to make sure I get out there. Part of you know that I sat on the Freehold Regional. Michael Messinger, who's leaving, is now our representative on that board. But he knows this part of it. When I sat there and we had done some information finding, at the time, 55% of the children that went to Brookdale, who went took classes there, took remediation classes. And we already sat there and were like, are you kidding? 55% of the kids that went to Brookdale took remediation classes? That's unheard of. No, this is not a back and forth. And I was always like amazed by that number. And part of Hespe's statement or his letter to the editor in the Asbury Park Press, and I'm just going to read that part of it because I was blown away by that number, was too many students are graduating high school and heading to college only to have to take remedial classes to learn materials that they should have already learned. In fact, a full 70% of students entering New Jersey's county colleges begin their college career unless they pay for remediation classes. So 70% of our students going to county colleges today pay for remediation classes. And I was, again, totally blown away by that number.
When you say our students, you don't mean this district students, you mean in the
No. Yes, but
But you say our students, it's not our
But,
students.
but 70% of students going to county colleges today, and remember, I'll get the number of how many, and I'll bring it to you at the next meeting, how many, and I'll ask Michael to get that number of how many Marlboro students actually go to Brookdale Community College, because you'd be surprised at how many of our students actually go to Brookdale Community College. It's a larger percentage than you think go there, and there's a very large percentage of our students that come back from four-year colleges that go back to the community college. So I'm actually going to get that number and bring it to you next week. So just from that number. So Park is important, or Common Core is important from that point of view. Also, Assembly Bill 4190, I wanted to read you the statement at the end of what 4190 is, because we've been saying it all along, we are not going to use the park results for. And I wanted to bring that home because it really brings home what we're not going to use it for. And the assembly that passed the bill is kind of reiterating what we're not going to use it for. So this bill stipulates for the 2015, 2016 through 2017, 2018 school years, the assessments developed for the consortium of states known as the Partnership for the Assessment of Readiness for College and Careers Park Assessments may not be used to determine a student's placement in a gifted and talented program, another program or intervention, grade promotion as the state graduation proficiency test, any other school or district level decision that affects students, or as part of any evaluation rubric submitted to the Commissioner of Education for approval. Now, we've said all along that we will not use the park assessments for any of these things. So I just wanted to reiterate that this bill states that. Now, this will go to the Senate, and they'll either use this bill or they will pass one of their own. And in that case, if they do, it will go to committee, and then it will either in any form go to Governor Christie's desk, and he will either pass it or he will veto it. So that's what this assembly bill says. Okay, so I just wanted you to know, we've been saying this all along, we will not do it.
Okay.
So just so that you know, I stay on top of this, and I might not go to any of the question and answer, and I might not speak, but I stay on top of it. I speak to my assembly and Senate people all the time, so just so that you're aware of that.
Okay. Sir, presentation of the COGAT.
Oh, the ads.
You address the ads?
Oh, the ads, I'm sorry.
Take the ads, go for it. I mean, the ads,
I was-
bus ads.
I'm sorry, yeah, bus ads?
I was going to ask you about it, because it's on the agenda of us approving that. And we did get an email, Mike and I, about it. So can you address that insurance situation on it, the legal, is it legal for us to do that, safety, and the size of them, and where they're placed, so the parents know it's not a wrap around the entire bus?
No.
And that we limit who we can, it's regulated who we can put on there.
Absolutely. The state law was put in place in January of 2011 to permit boards of education to sell advertising space on the exterior of their school buses. Half the funds received are required to be used to offset fuel costs. It was put in place when state aid, when the tax levy was limited to 2% and a way for districts to have other avenues for revenues. What we do is we work with, the organization is labeled, the acronym is EIRC, Educational Information and Resource Center. we work with them. They give us the ads. We have a total, with the 2 tonight, it'll be a total of 4. They will be on, tonight, we were looking at 7 buses for Sahara, Sam, Oasis, and the Realtor on 2 buses. There are already ads on 3 other buses. What they do is that they're different sizes. Majority of them are 3x5s, and they run between the lower wheel wells of the buses and they're lower, and it's not a wraparound. It's small. And they're actually the rear.
The rear of the bus.
Yes, and the Realtor ad is actually smaller. It's a 2x4. And they're on the bus side. They're on the student side where they get in. So it's really not a big ad like you would see on a New Jersey Transit bus. They're very small. Actually, one of our buses has had an ad on it from EIRC for almost 3 years. You might not have noticed it. It was white on there. It says advertise here, et cetera, and stuff. But it's been on the bus, on one bus. So they're doing it. It's becoming more popular to do. So, like I said, tonight is to approve 7. We have the ability, because we have a policy in place, that we must get approval for the ads. The board, we bring the ads to the board to approve. They must be suitable for kids to be able to see, because they're going on the school buses, and they're really targeted for the drivers on the road, not the students. So.
No, it's kind of in line with our level sponsor, just another way.
Absolutely.
We
another
announce every
way to
meeting that
generate
the
funds.
Dr. Gostovich. Okay.
Guys,
Yeah.
Can I ask a
Yeah, John. Yeah.
Steve, we can't go back and forth.
How much does Dr. Gostovich give us?
Way more than that.
$5,000.
$5,000 a year. Does anybody even know Dr. Gostovich donates $5,000 a year to this district? Very few people do. And she's on the website. Very few people are aware of that. This is a way to generate revenue. It's, and we desperately need it, with the state not being as kind as they've been, and putting all the mandates on us that they've been putting on us. They're killing our teachers. They're killing our budget. I don't think it's a bad way. I would rather see Dr. Gostovich put her name all over a bus, because then she would at least get more recognition, and because God only knows she does enough for this district. I don't think it's a bad thing. If I did, I would have said no to it. We asked about safety concerns, we asked about insurance concerns, and it's not an issue. I mean, drive down the street, go anywhere near Rutgers University, and they have their buses completely wrapped. This is nothing like that.
Correct.
This is a small sign, and if it generates revenue, unless the people out here in this audience can come up with better ways to generate revenue, man, we're listening. We will listen to any good idea to generate revenue. And if that's the way to go right now, I don't think it's a half-bad idea. If I did, I would have said no to it. Let's create outside-the-box thing. Let's bring it in. If we can, God only knows we need it.
This took us like 5 years of discussion.
It's just, what annoys me is taking so long to get here, and it's money in the bank. And I don't see kids. I really don't see kids going after it. You're going to see doctors. You're going to see dentists. You're going to see, because when the bus pulls up outside your house, you're going to go, oh, Tara Gostovich is a dentist or orthodontist. I didn't know about that person. It's not really geared for the kids. I don't see it.
Cindy, we're in the trial stages of it, aren't we? You said? Because I asked, why are we not charging more money? Because, she's paying $5,000. When I saw that, I'm like, this is all we're getting.
Yeah.
And you explained to me, why is that the amount we're getting?
It's a trial.
Trial period.
Star Pediatric, let me just tell you who the companies are right now before. Star Pediatric Dentistry is on 2 buses. All Over Driving School is on 1 bus. Sahara Sam Oasis is going to be on 7. That's the first big one we've
Driving
had.
school does know what K through 8, though, right?
What's that?
Driving school does know what K through 8.
They want to get
They
our
want
parents.
brothers.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not
for
gathering business.
siblings, And the Weichert Realty is on 2 buses, and that's a tiny. That one kind of surprised me, but you know what?
I'm gonna turn it down.
With the size of the bus and stuff, when you're driving, and you look right there at the eye level. That's what you're going to see.
Advertising is a supply and demand industry. So once your buses are filled up, your rates can change.
Oh, absolutely.
How long is the trial for?
They're on for a year.
So when you go into that dentist, tell her to put her name on a
Listen, I
box.
would love to advertise, but I'm not allowed.
Well, we can't use you, see?
I'm
and
not
why?
allowed to be
See, it's
used.
liquor store. We
Alcohol,
never put liquor
tobacco,
store on
anything
a
that
box.
cannot be
No,
used.
I think there's something wrong with alcohol on a bus.
Not for college, not for lunches.
All right.
Anybody else has good ideas about generating
Absolutely,
revenue?
please.
Bonnie would love to take that information from me. I'm sorry, Cindy would love to take that information from me.
Thank you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Kogat.
Kogat. Sir. And sir.
I'll go right here.
You want to share it?
Good evening again. Members of the board, you have a presentation that was shared with you. Let's see, we had a snow day, right? So this is going back now a week. Just wanted to share with you the COGAT results from earlier this year. Our students in grades 1, 3, and 5 took the COGAT. All students took the COGAT in grades 1, 3, and 5. They took it in November this year. You may or may not know that the COGAT is in, the score is based on age and when the students took the assessment. Being that it's not an academic achievement assessment, it is irrelevant in terms of when the COGAT is given. So we had some good space in the calendar in November of this beginning of this school year, and that's when we decided to administer the assessment. It also will enable us to facilitate the placement process, as it is one criterion that is part of student placement. Just a little overview. You have 3 batteries that the students take. It's approximately 30 minutes per battery. They take a verbal battery, a nonverbal battery, and a quantitative battery. I'm going to hand it over now to Mr. Bowman. He's going to speak specifically, just briefly, about the scores you're looking at on your pie charts.
So the information that I shared with you is the SAS composite score. Composite meaning that it's a combination of the verbal, quantitative, and nonverbal batteries. And SAS, it's a standard age-adjusted score. So as Mr. Malone said, it doesn't matter when the child actually takes the test. They're only compared, they're normed with students of the same age. And the mean score is 100. And with a standard deviation of 16. So a student who scores between 84 and 116 is considered average in the cognitive ability test. Students scoring 117 to 132 are considered above average, and scores of 133 and higher are significantly above average. So if we look at the, I won't bore you reading the statistics as we did with the New Jersey Ask, but looking across the district, approximately just over half of our students scored in the average range, and the remainder all scored in the above average or significantly above average range. So in the pie charts, if you see a variation, it's typically, if you see the number of students scoring average is lower than for the district, it's because in that particular school, more students scored above average. Okay, there's insignificant statistics for the students scoring approaching average, or for whom we don't have data. For whom we don't have data.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I'll open up the questions. Go ahead, Debbie.
I guess my question is, you say that it's the same, it goes by age, so it doesn't matter if we're testing in November versus June. What about the children that have December birthdays that are typically a year behind on the student? Does it go by actual birth dates, period?
They don't even group students for the whole year. They only look at a 3-month range. So all students within 3 months of each other are grouped together.
Okay. I know that we used to use the COGATs just for leveling criteria, and for GNT, correct. How do you feel that these results are helping us as a district, just for using it as GNT versus all students?
The test, the standard age-adjusted score is a traditional measure for identifying gifted and talented students, particularly in early grades. But the test it complements our other assessments, which are academic achievement assessments, showing what the child has mastered according to particular standards or the curriculum. This is their innate problem-solving ability in academic areas. So it's just one component. It's an important component of placement in higher level, C-level and honors programs, but it's not the only criteria.
Right, I guess my question is, I mean, obviously we're paying more for it, correct? Because we're giving it to all the students, or it doesn't matter?
I guess it depends on what you're comparing that to. This essentially took the place of the CTP4. And CTP4 we administered to all grade levels,
Right,
except.
but CTP4 was not a cognitive.
Well, some sections were, like the verbal reasoning, quantitative reasoning sections were certainly like these, like the cognitive level. There was a reading comprehension piece, which obviously is not similar, but the pieces we are trying to capture, let's say if in ELA placement, we look at the verbal battery. We're not looking at the quantitative battery. In math, we're looking at the quantitative battery. So what this is providing, what Mr. Bowman was trying to say, is this provides that hole. It fills in the hole that the CTP4 did provide to us on that cognitive level, be it verbal reasoning or quantitative reasoning. So being that that went away for our C-level classes, this picks up for that.
Does that work with mathematics as well?
Quantitative, yeah, the quantitative battery.
Quantitation.
And in mathematics for the CTP4, it was quantitative reasoning.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand for the Colgate for the intelligent testing IQ, right, for the first grade and third grade. What's the purpose for the fifth grade?
Okay, so I'll reiterate the question.
Yeah.
So you understand that why we give it for first and third, why fifth.
Yeah.
So if you look statistically in the research, these scores are essentially good for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
So if we assess in first, then we assess in third because that's 2 years later. Fourth grade is where we begin placing students in other than GNT, where we have our C-level classes in ELA and math. So we need a third grade score to place our students moving into fourth grade. Once students transition from the elementary school to the middle school, there's a need to then, because now that 2-year period is up again, the grade 5 administration of the COGAT enables us to place students at the middle school level. So by the time they get to 7th grade, those scores are now 2 years old. 8th grade, we don't need them anymore because then they move on out of our district. So that's why it's 1, 3, and 5.
Can you reiterate grade 1 again? I'm sorry. I'm still not comprehending why we're giving it to first graders.
You mean overall?
So overall.
Okay,
And
so
it's helping our district, obviously.
it does. It helps the district. It also, as you know, we use it for gifted and talented. We made a decision that we want to start, and actually if you look at the data, there's a bigger disparity at the lower grade levels because it helps us determine these gaps, these larger gaps in the lower grade levels. As the students move up into grade 3 and mostly in grade 5, then you start seeing those gaps closing because students are getting used to taking these types of assessments. So why give it to the entire population in grade 1? It's giving them that ability to experience something like this. Of course, it's grade appropriate for that grade level. But then At that 2-year mark, then we administer it in 3, and then again at that 2-year mark, we administer it in 5. So we're giving them the experience. We're gaining a lot of good information, especially for our G&T students, but really for all of our students in terms of where they stand from the beginning. And then we can measure their progression as the years progress.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you very much, Mike. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
One more question. For the 5th grade level above, right? So the placement, basically, you based on the significant above average. So they have different, percentage based on the, like in the 6th grade honor class, what's the component for each evaluation, like Colgate. Do we need to consider as we have a park test will be part of a component too or not?
No, the park will not be a component of placement. NJ Ask never was, and park will not be as well. We take Lexile measures.
Never using park.
Again, we start placing in grade 4, so we have Lexile measures from grade 3 because Achieve 3000 starts there. We have a common assessment average. We have a writing task score for ELA. We have a report card average for ELA. Okay, and then we take the COGAT. And then for math, we have the same components except the absence of the writing task.
Because when I talk to the teachers for the evaluation for back school night, because our park test based on the Common Core testing, right? Each time we give the student test. The test based on the curriculum Common Core, right? The average out, say 5th grade or in any grade, the average the GPA become lower because the common test the curriculum put in place for the 5th grade or in the middle school. So that's why I'm asking what's the percentage weight carry out for each because you're counting the average GPAs for the for the test placement. Yes.
Averages and placement.
Yeah.
Final averages.
Yeah.
So I think the question Joanne is raising is in the whole bucket of placement.
Yeah.
What are they each like? What's the COGAT worth? What's final averages worth?
Yeah.
So we have and we have all of our placement information on the curriculum tab. There, depending on the level you're talking about, everything is basically an and, right? So you need, let's say, a 90% or higher on your final average, and you need an 80% of raw items on the verbal battery and the COGAT, and you need a Lexile measure of, let's say, if you're in grade 5, of 900, and you need a common assessment average of 85, and you need a writing task of 5. So there are a lot of criteria that go into, in this case, this is just an example from ELAC level. So nothing, I guess to answer your question, there's nothing that carries more weight than something else. It's the whole piece.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
In discussion of the calendar,
Okay.
15-16.
The only question that I received on the calendar was on Passover today from Bonnie. Well, that was one question that Bon had. So the question was, why is Passover not included in the calendar? So I had to stop and go down to Mrs. Walsh's office and promise not to lose her district calendars for the last however many years. And Teresa, dug through. There was only one time back in the 7-8 school year where we did anything separate for Passover. Other than that, I couldn't find anything else. Passover next year in 15-16 is April 22nd through the 30th, which is significantly away from where spring break is slated to be. Spring break in 15-16 is slated to be March 25th through essentially students come back on April 4th. and Passover wouldn't be until the 22nd and the 30th. So in Bonn and digging all through, I can only find 1 year, and it was 7/8, where there was a Monday that was off. This year, I believe Passover coincided, and it does happen that way. And then I know I reached out to Michael to ask a question. I know Michael reached out to Cynthia. And one of the questions that was raised to me would be on the April 22nd day of next year, which would be that Friday. Could I ensure that for that day, could we have no tests? Could we have no homework? It's not a problem. We can work around that 100%. But it's not on the calendar as a day off. That was the one question. Bon also asked the question of.
Is Passover High Holy Day? No.
Not considered one of the high hope. Not really. Not the Rosh Hashanah. Yom Kippur.
It's observant, but
It's a day where you're not supposed to work, but it doesn't. The first Seder is April 22nd at night.
At night.
It's Friday night, so the
Doesn't
the
affect
day
the
of
school day.
observance
Doesn't affect the
is
school day. That's what I'm trying to
Saturday
get
and
at. Doesn't affect the
Sunday.
school day. Okay.
It's Saturday and Sunday of that year. Anyway,
But you
so
have
the
kids
kids
who observe food issues.
That's the whole week, though.
it wouldn't be that day.
That's a week.
It would be.
So
it would
why
be
are we
the next
giving off
week.
Easter? Why are we giving off Easter week?
Comes down on a Sunday, doesn't Easter?
Yeah, no, we're giving off Good Friday, we're giving off that entire week. Why are we giving off Easter week?
Isn't that spring break?
No, it isn't spring break. We don't have to give off. We can give off Friday for Good Friday. We don't have to give off that entire week. We can give off Friday. And we can give off Friday for the 22nd for the observant Jews. And we can give off Friday for the observant Jews so that they can go.
Friday is not the holiday.
Yes, but we have.
If you're talking about that you want the day off to prepare.
I was talking that we can give off on Friday for the observant Jews to go, and that they can go to be where they have to be before Shabbos.
So are you going to give me the following Friday off
Wait,
when
let
I
him
have?
speak. Absolutely.
Let him speak.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Oh, I'll put my kids out of it.
Actually,
Friday is not a holiday.
Right.
I don't think that we should be giving.
Actually,
We can't do
it
this.
is. It actually starts in the morning. You're wrong.
Okay.
Will you bang that?
Okay. Okay. You want to finish, Chris?
If the Seder is Friday night, is that what it's determined? I don't have the Hebrew calendar.
No, actually, it starts in the morning because for
You're not
observant
supposed to
Jews, it
eat
starts in
bread
the
starting at 10
All right,
o'clock
so
in the
listen.
morning, but technically, you don't,
And for
you would
observant
normally
Jews,
not
go to
have the
the
day
temple
off.
in the morning.
Well, they can.
So,
They can.
okay.
I mean, my school would be closed that day because I'm at a yeshiva. We will have off that week.
Speak up, or so they can
I
hear
said,
you.
I work at a yeshiva, and next year, we will have off that whole week.
You do have other days
Yes,
off
I'm a
for a
private
lot of
school.
days off.
Right, that's what I'm saying. We will have off, because we have all the Arab holidays off, so we will have off from April 22nd. Our break will be then. We won't have off any of the days in March.
All right. Does anybody else want to agree with Bonnie and change the calendar around before we? If we're gonna, I'm okay. Are we okay?
Can I
Yeah.
ask one question about the calendar? November and March, the parent-teacher evening conferences?
Yes.
Gone four in November and 4 in March?
Yes.
Is that in line with contracts?
Yes.
It is?
Yes.
We're not going to have issues there?
No.
Okay.
Yep, because each, what'll happen is that we're allowed to have each, 4 at each building. And what's going to happen is that.
Okay.
And I'm going to, this year, what's going to happen next year is that if you can picture the A, B, C, D, Abbott standing alone and everyone else separated so there's no overlap, the A will be a B, the B will be a C, so that we can.
So I'm just looking at it as 4 days, and I'm thinking 4 days in all
No,
schools.
4
Okay.
days is what's in the contract. Absolutely.
And we're being careful with feeding schools.
Oh, yeah, it's all ironed out 100%. There'll be no overlap, and if you have, you won't have to make any choices.
I have one question about the calendar. Is our break the same as the Freehold Regional District?
Yes. Every sending. Are you talking about Easter or Christmas or sorry, not Christmas, winter?
Spring, winter break.
It all lines up with the region. Yes.
No, I was asking in terms of people who have kids in both districts.
Yes.
You know, years ago,
Something I was just considering.
years ago when Carol Morris was the county superintendent, and she was asked by the state whether or not to make Freehold Regional a 40,000 student district, I fought hard to oppose that. And I went to every state meeting, and I sat in an audience, and I begged Borough and Stowe not to allow Marlborough to become part of that consortium so that we would have autonomy and to allow this district to make our own decisions and to allow us to set our own course. Because if we wanted to become part of Freehold Regional, we could be paying a lot less taxes today than what we are paying. Because we would have one less superintendent, we would have a lot less staff, and we would not be setting our own course. But instead, I sat at meetings with a lot of other parents and a lot of other people fighting against it. If we didn't do that, we would be part of a 40,000 student district. So if I wanted to sit here and fight over a calendar to say, oh, we'll follow along with Freehold Regional and what Freehold Regional does, then we could have sat and we could have all held our breath, and we could have done that years ago.
Okay.
That's for digging in. Dr. Hibbs?
Yep.
I would appreciate it, because I've had some people ask me when this Multicultural Day is going to be next year.
Okay.
And we have it on the calendar in October.
Yes.
So can you please let us know why you want it in October?
Sure.
And I'll go from there after you.
Okay. So when you look at our contract, our teachers have 186 days. Our student contact is 183, which only leaves 3 days unless you don't want to build in snow days, which we all know that's been problematic. So essentially it leaves you 3 days of in-service days. Very important days that we really try to do good things to get our teachers prepared and for them to learn, whatever it is that we want to work on for the day, whether it's Google or close reads, whatever it may be. So our 3 days, typically we do the first 2 in the beginning, because typically one of those days at least has to be a half day of a principal's meeting, because they have to start off by laying groundwork in their buildings. And the other essentially day and a half there allows you to do learning and then our convocation. It only leaves one other day. Since I've been here, we've had the day in October, and we've place set it with a half day on that Friday, the 9th, to the full day on the 12th. So in keeping with that same thing as we did this year, the only other day that makes any sense to do the multicultural day would be October 12th, because I don't think it would make any sense to do the multicultural day on either September 2nd or 3rd, as students aren't even here yet, because they both occur before Labor Day. So the only other full day that we have is in October.
Okay. So we had a conversation in the green notes you had sent. You said to maximize our in-service days.
Yes.
This was where you felt educationally.
Yes.
And as our superintendent was the best for our staff.
Yes.
So if we would have pushed it to the February date, that would not have been, in your opinion, maximizing the in-service day.
No. So if you do any form of learning, you want to maximize the length of time that it can span. So by doing something in October, you obviously would have the rest of October, November, December, January, February, March, April, May, June. Whereas if you do it in February, realistically, you have just a few months before the school year is over.
Okay. Just wanted you to clarify.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else on the calendar?
I have a final thought on this one. So certain members of this board were worried that other groups would request time for their holidays. Well, I guess you consider this one of them. but you're more than happy and willing to give off Easter Monday for off this holiday, which it's not. So now you can come up with a ridiculous reason why you're not giving the Passover, or at least part of Passover, off, and making sure that we have the Easter vacation off. So I'll be voting no for this calendar, and this is what I think of it.
Anybody else on the calendar? Okay.
I'm not against the calendar, but if you want to take my Monday, go for it. I'm not going to go back and forth on this. This is ridiculous, and I'm not coming up with ridiculous. I don't to say that we have ridiculous reasons to me is
yeah. Go ahead. Come on,
is
come on.
offensive. So just move forward. But take my Monday. I don't care, Miss Rosenwald. Take my Monday. Who cares?
Be offended. Be offended.
Okay, before we move to business and financial, I know we have a resolution tonight addressing our wireless bandwidth. Superintendent has asked Tom Ennie to come tonight. Before we read, you can explain to us exactly why we have this need and what happened, didn't happen?
Well, there's two issues.
Oh,
There's
two issues. Well,
I think it makes sense for attack both now.
Yes, I
Attack both
agree.
now before you read, this way we
Yeah,
settle the
'cause,
question.
the only one tonight is expanding the bandwidth.
Okay, but if he's here and he wants to tell us something else, I'm all ears.
So am I, because that means he doesn't have to come out another night.
Okay, just need it at the
But only the
microphone.
only the bandwidth is on the agenda, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
My many papers that I have with me.
Yeah, we will later.
I'm talking about, guys, on page, but tonight, page 12, it's the, not 12, I'm sorry, I look out of my eyes. 6,
Yeah,
number
I was
6
gonna
on page
say,
10.
Page what?
Page 10, resolution 6. That's what we're addressing first. Tom, if you don't mind?
Okay.
Bandwidth first, if you don't mind.
What was that?
The bandwidth.
Oh, the bandwidth, sure. Well, the internet bandwidth, we can actually double our bandwidth for less than what we're paying now. So I thought that would be something that would be a good thing to do.
The re-
How
the-
tell us how we're doing
The
that.
reason the question came up was because at the last technology, whatever, committee meeting, and when we spoke, we said we were okay.
We are,
So,
yeah.
Are we okay or are we not okay?
When we were talking about January 2013,
Whenever we met last.
that was when we first moved
No,
to
but we-
500.
Right. We thought, and the general consensus of the board was that we thought we were okay with all the
Right.
Chromebooks and everything else.
Yes,
would
and
be
we are.
okay And not have to spend any more money, so.
And we have been. We were great,
Okay.
great last year, great this year. All I'm doing is looking future-wise. And when I guess there was that EIRC consortium with trying to get
No,
the
it was-
districts together for the internet.
What happened was that the state put a bandwidth consortium together, put through MRESC, and it was statewide. So the idea was, by doing this, was that you would be able to get cheaper services by doing it
We
statewide.
get cheaper for what we already have. That works.
Which it is, yeah, the
No, not
internet. is
doubling,
actually-
just what we already have.
But we're at a point where we've already hit the point of already using up to 400 already, and we're at 500. So we're looking to take it up because of using all the
Right.
equipment. Right.
We added more Chromebooks this past year. The staff has Chromebooks now. And typically, we're between 250, 300 megabits during a day. We burst up to 400 at times during peak usage. So I decided to look into what a gig would cost, and when they came back with the pricing, and Comcast had come in with a lower price, I had reached out to my LightPath guy, and I got my rep to match that same price, which means we would actually be getting more bandwidth for the internet at a less price. So my thinking there was, well, what can we do to get to 10 gig? Being that we've got the security videos, we got time clocks, we got the phones, we got heating and air controls possibly, facilities adding more devices to Paxton. Would we eventually get to a point where 1 gig wouldn't be enough? So I reached out to him and started talking about pricing. Originally, the price for a 10 gig connection was like $2,400. When I talked to him again this year with the internet, it was $19. I got him down to $16, and I thought maybe this would be a reasonable price that I could present to the board for an upgrade. And that's what I'm basically doing, just presenting it.
Hi, Tom.
Mr. Dwyer.
How are you, Tom?
I'm good. How are you?
Remember that conversation we had, Tom, 2 years ago? Is this going to be enough? Absolutely. Is this going to be enough? Absolutely. Are you sure, Are you 100% sure? Absolutely. I don't have a problem with the 1 gig because you're saving $18,000. Well, I'm going to look you straight in the eye. I'm going to do this again to you. Is it a must-have or is it nice to have to take it to 10?
At this point, it's nice to have. I think we will be there at some
And that
point.
discussion for the moment, because what would really be nice to have is little controls in our school that the heat goes on, the heat goes off before we go to 10 gig. That's my opinion on it. So I'll go 1, but I'm not going the other.
But I'm afraid, okay, I don't know, okay? And the only thing I'm saying is, and this would be, if I go and put all these controls in the system and it's all going to be running on our system, then
Let's go the gig, because a year and a half ago, we said, this is going to get us where we need to be. You want to bump it up because we're close, I'll buy it, because we're saving $18,000. That's a no-brainer. That's
Right.
not even a discussion
Exactly.
to have. But the discussion of spending $51,000, and yeah, next year that $51,000 could be $65,000, it could be $75,000. I understand that, I appreciate that, but right now, at this point in time, I'm not a buyer of it.
Technology price come down over the years.
I am not a buyer of it, Michael. Wherever it goes, I'm not a buyer of it.
No, I'm just saying, next year it's not going to go up.
Because I think that money would be better spent on the heating.
I have no idea what kind of bandwidth what would require, what it would do.
okay. What I'm trying to figure out is that what we're looking to do is get all these controls in these buildings and stuff. So by doing that, what's that going to impact? Is that going to, and I have not a clue.
Right.
What is that going to impact? Is that going to impact this piece or that piece?
It might, but it's not going to impact it. We're at 400. We have the capacity to go to 5.
Well, I'm
Now
talking
you're
about,
taking it.
when she's talking about the controls, I'm talking about the connection between the buildings.
Right.
That's all I'm worried about.
So,
And by the way, when was the last technology meeting we had?
Yeah, and if these costs are coming down, what would be the harm in waiting on that piece and doing it at a later point?
We can. The price came down considerably, and when we were saving the money on the internet, I thought it was a good time to present it, and that's all I'm doing.
Tom.
If
Way
we
to go.
don't need it right now, we can wait on it.
But, okay, let's be clear again. Just take the internet part again, go into a gig. Is it a package deal, or you can do whatever, it's a la carte?
No, it's not a package deal. We can do the one without the other.
Are you saying, let's be clear, you can increase to a gig and we save money?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so there's no reason not to.
Right, exactly.
We're all going to agree on
You're
that?
getting more for less
Okay,
money.
we're all going to agree on that.
And the 10's a wish. The 10 is something it'd be nice to have.
10 is something that we're gonna be at some point. Do we need to be there right this minute? No, but when the prices came down and we got the money saving on the internet, I thought it was a good opportunity to present it, that's all.
Tom, I think it's a great present. I think it's a great dialogue. I think what this board wants to flush is the difference between a must-have and a nice-to-have, and we're talking about in the 15-16 school year. Is it going to be a nice-to-have throughout the entire 15-16 school year? Do you have concerns that next April will be above this? That's where this conversation should flush, because to Mr. Dwyer's point, if we have to worry about controls and money, $51,000 is significant unless you can say, hey, gang, you need to address this. So if it's not, hey, gang, you need to address this, and that's okay, is 1 gig good?
So much, and if I want to go from 10 gig to 100 gig, 100 meg, whatever I want to go to, I just pay a bill. No one even walks in the door. So I don't know if it's the same thing for us. We have the equipment, and they're just going to flip the switch. They just send a code to the box, and it tells the box what to allow me.
Yeah,
It's all fiber.
Right, it might be a change of edge equipment if we were going to go to 10 gig. Maybe a module on the edge, that's it.
I look forward to the next technology meeting, because a lot has happened, so it'll be a lot of fun to hear what's going on. But
okay, John.
In light of what's about to happen with Resolution 6, what are we doing with it? Because can I vote for half and not the other half?
So we could change
as it reads, I have to vote no.
I got to figure out how I'm going to change it. So
Okay, I don't know how the other board members feel. So,
okay.
I think that if we try to understand, may not be that expensive. That's why I ask a question about the hosting, because the data right now so cheap, it's not expensive.
Not with me, no.
It is expensive for organizations. It's not the same as your house.
Oh, we didn't.
If I tell you what I pay for my business and I pay for my house, it's crazy. You don't pay the same rates as a home pays.
Correct.
It's way out of control when you have a business or high-end user like a district. I can tell you that.
And Tom, just one more time.
Oh, I've got it.
In 15, 16, in your opinion, not a must-have?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
Fair enough.
So Cindy's figuring out the resolution. You said there was something else you wanted. There's a part two?
Well, yeah, I was also hoping to present maybe upgrading APs in the district to the AC technology, access points, to the AC technology, and just give you like a little background on that.
Time out. I want to go back to one thing. One of the reasons why Tom brought this whole thing to you was we're allowed to put this, and the wireless was always part of the E-rate. What he's going to talk about now is something new in E-rate, and many school districts, as a way to be able to upgrade their access points, are putting it in their E-rate application.
Can you explain what that means more specifically?
E-rate application has been expanded for schools this year, okay, to include equipment and access points. So what's happening is, and there's no guarantee we're going to get funded for it. Okay, so you can't say, okay, we're going to buy them, well, Cindy, budget for it. I can't do that. I don't know. It's just like I have no idea what the governor said. Yeah, you get a small bump. A small bump to us might be 5 cents. You know, I don't know. So, but I won't know what the E-rate is until they actually give us the award. Okay, Mr. Dwyer, you're looking at me.
Of course I'm looking at you, Cindy, because you know I'm going to ask the silly question. In the E-rate, do you apply for that, telling whoever, the state, I guess, that this is what we're doing?
U.S. schools and libraries.
I use a U.S. school, okay, this is what we're going to be doing. So is it a matter of we apply for it when it comes in? At that point, it's not money out of district pocket. At that point, he could do what he's got to do, and we're not laying this out. Hopefully, we get it back. Do you know what I'm saying? I don't want to lay this out. I don't want to lay out $51,000 for that piece of it. That's going to be part of the E-rate. If it comes in, then he could use it.
If you give us permission to use it, yes.
So what John's saying, why not apply for it and cross your fingers, and hopefully it comes in time that it must have.
And in the meantime, we have an $18,000 savings. Wahoo! I love it.
Yeah, but,
Yes.
but at any point during the year, if we
You
see
can't
that-
amend an E-rate application.
No. I understand that, but at any time during the year, but if we apply for the E-rate, does that preclude us from doing it if we need it?
No.
That
No.
was my point. That was where I was going with it.
We can always do it.
Okay, so.
But what I'm saying is as a caveat is you've got a potential of
Okay,
getting some
okay,
money.
But the point I was trying to make to John was, but at any point during the year, if
If he decides, if it comes down to when
we
we
have to have
upgrade all
it.
these controls in the building and it's like all of a sudden I've put him over the edge, he's going to come back and say,
But we
It
have to
didn't
have a
work.
technology meeting, and we have to
Right.
have a.
But
Absolutely.
what I'm hearing is I don't have to approve a $51,000
No,
expenditure.
no.
What I'm hearing is the E-rate will make the application for it. If it comes in, Tom gets his wish. No harm, no
Right.
foul.
And if
Correct.
we have a construction meeting and we have a technology meeting.
Technology
all
meeting,
that-
because
Absolutely.
all that happy stuff
has
should
to
happen anyway.
have
Right.
be
Okay. So the access points, just so we understand what you're
Yeah,
looking for.
what I wanted
We have
to
to have a tech, Bonnie's right, we need to have a technology and a construction meeting, but.
Yeah, just
while you're here-
real quick, we did the original wireless installation 4 years ago, and 2 years ago, we added 123 access points for capacity for the Chromebooks that we had gotten in, and just started looking at the AC technology that's out there now, the access points, the price of the access points has come down quite a bit. There's a lot of advantages of having it. There's a lot of, all the Chromebooks that come out now, the ones you buy will have AC compatibilities, the phones all do. 4 times the speed, the channel layering, there's a lot that goes into it. And when I found out that it was going to be eligible for E-rate, and we could possibly get 40% off, I went and did all the legwork to work up pricing and how much it would cost to replace, and looked at different APs. So that's what I had presented to Cindy in my budgets, putting it out there, saying at least we can file these 470s to see if we can
Yeah.
are
It
eligible
makes
for
sense
this.
what John said, to file it and see
Yeah,
what
no,
happens.
no foul with that.
But we both know, because we're both technology guys, that as soon as you put those ACs in, there's going to be AEs out.
Of course.
The year after, they're going to be twice as fast as those, so.
And-
It never ends.
Right. I mean, like I said, I could be here 3 or 4 years again, going through the same thing for AD or something.
Because that's what
but-
sells peripherals, the technology, what keeps it going. Because once everybody buys the one, they got to put a new one out, so everybody buys a new one. So,
Just so you know, in order to do this piece of it on the equipment, the way this 470 works is we have a 470 posted. We have a bid that the request for the bid, the public bid is going to be in Thursday's paper, and it's actually going to be for the access points. And it'll delineate everything. It'll come back on March 24th. I will say, and I will send a letter to the lowest bidder, and the board doesn't have to take any action, and I will say, you are the apparent low bidder. We're making them hold the price for 90 days, and then we'll wait and see through budget, whatever we decide to do. And then the board can take the action on it if we want to do it, if we don't want to do it, if we want to do it in pieces or whatever. But I have to do it this way because of the way the E-rate and the 470 works is that E-rate posting does not include public contract law, and I have to publicly bid this because it's equipment.
the E-rate will take how long to come back, once you do all that?
Oh, E-rate won't come back for a while. We won't
know for a while.
No, we
How can
won't
they only
know
hold
for
the
a
rate for,
while.
how long do they have to hold the rate for?
I can only hold the bids for 90 days.
So it would be past
So
that,
if,
or-
so if you want to keep it in the budget, if you want to take it out, that's up to you.
I just do believe we do need to get to this at some point, and this will also improve the wireless experience for existing Chromebooks as well. It's up to 30% faster just on the end. So I think eventually, I mean, we're not the only district that's looking to do this as well. I think everybody's trying to take advantage of the technology associated with the AC just to make a better wireless environment for the students and for the staff.
Tom, rank this one 9-3-1. 9 being on fire, 3 being important, 1 being not.
Oh, it's definitely 3. I mean, it's not on fire, but it's 3. It's very important. It's something that I believe we need to get to. We got to start taking steps to get there.
Okay.
I mean, if we were having horrible wireless right now, I'd say it's a 9, but we're not.
Okay.
But I'm just looking at the future of adding more devices, more AC devices, more phones being on there. I'm not sure what these controls will be for the heating. That might be wireless as well. Everything is going to be on the wireless. So I just wanted to make sure that we are prepared for that. And this is, I believe, a step that we will need to take. If we don't take it this year, the next.
Can I ask?
Yes, sure.
What is the traffic? Do you not? Let's say you proposal. What is the traffic? Can you control the traffic? We use the capacity. How much we say we need to upgrade? Do you have somehow utilization for
As for the wireless?
Yeah, the network you have.
I can look at the access points. I can see the amount of devices on them. I can see the amount of traffic being passed through them. That I can see. And we're not in a spot right now where we're in any kind of danger or we're using too much of the access points. It's just a matter of trying to get them to perform faster for the kids, a faster loading of the sites that they go, or when they start streaming more video, a better performance when streaming the videos. We don't have a problem with connections or anything like that with our current situation. I'm just looking to make it better for the kids and whatever, more, like I said, it's only going to use it more and more.
Cindy, is the problem if we just pull it and do it next Tuesday? So you get the proper wording and you're comfortable with it, and you're good?
I think.
Because a week from now is not going to change. Yeah, is it next Tuesday or the week after?
You got every Tuesday.
Every Tuesday.
Every Tuesday.
Can't we give him a yay to move ahead with?
I actually have to sign this thing with LightPath.
Next week.
Yeah.
You're talking about LightPath for the 1 gig, Sen? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's 3922.
You got to sign it before next week?
I was supposed to sign last week.
So why don't you just take
Snow
off
got in
the
the
other
way.
half of it? Just read the part about LightPath.
Internet voice bundles are 1 gig.
Yeah, I think it's 3922 a month.
Right.
Is that what you're looking
Yeah.
for, the price? So you're going to stop. You're going to stop
39.22.50.
after 1 gig, put a period, or just say for total monthly recurring charge
Savings,
of.
a monthly savings of 18. It would
No,
be the
a
first
monthly,
paragraph.
at a recurring charge, I'm putting a comma after 1 gig, and at a monthly cost, taking out total, recurring cost of $39.22.50 a month for 5 years.
39 what?
$39,2250 for 5 years.
Okay, so bundle, one get by comment, well, the private fiber network stuff is
Comes
crossed
out.
out, and total of,
To,
monthly, not total, of monthly charge of $39,2250.
right.
And the second paragraph remains, where it says now
Yes.
therefore resolved, blah, blah, blah.
Yes, yes, yes.
So you're scratching the private net to 10
Yes.
fees and a
Yes.
total monthly rate charge of 17,000, blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
No, with monthly charge of $39,22.
Yeah, I know, right now.
Yeah. Okay, everybody's good, and we'll go forward.
You want to change the other stuff in business and finance while we're at it?
Sure.
Resolution number 1. The last dollar amount, in the last account code in transfers. I should say the one that says aid in lieu, $20,000. The account code should be 503, not 513.
580?
503.
Oh, 503.
Should be, yeah.
My bad, my ears.
Bottom of page 8, is that where you're at?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes,
503.
503. That's it?
That's it for business. I got more in personnel, but that's it for business and finance.
So before you go there, we'll come back to the access points at a later date, right? That's the plan, to come back with?
Well, we'll bid them, we'll put it out and stuff, and we'll see what's going on with it, and
Okay.
we'll talk about it in March.
Examine the bid, come back, and then look at it possibly in
Yeah.
pieces, or, okay. Perfect.
Okay, that'll bring us to page 8, 18 resolutions, pages 8 to 17. Bonnie, mind reading?
The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, transfers. 2, list of bills. 3, secretarial monthly reconciliation reports. 4, travel. 5, harassment, intimidation, bullying, HIBA report. 6, approval of contract for internet bandwidth and private fiber network upgrade. 7, authorization for school bus advertising. 8, resolution to appropriate revenue. 9, application for a waiver to participate in SEMI for the 2015-2016 school year. 10, approval of the 2015-2016 school year kindergarten complement program at the David C. Abbott Early Learning Center. 11, team teaching integrated preschool tuition. 12, acknowledgement of the approval to dispose of vehicles. 13, amended resolution out-of-district placement for the 2014-2015 school year. 14, amendment number 2 to the NCLB 2014-15 grant. 15, approval of proposal for a professional services for pre-referendum work. 16, state contract purchases. 17, approval of shared services agreement. 18, out-of-district placement for the 2014-2015 school year. I so move.
Thank you, Bonnie. Seconded by Debbie. Questions on financial and business? Okay, seeing none, Cindy, okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go.
I just had a quick question. On number 17, approval of shared services agreement, is this any different than the previous years?
Yeah, the cost went up a little bit because of our increased costs.
Because of our increased costs?
Yes. But that's it. It's what we're charging the town.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, anybody else? Cindy, please call roll.
Mrs. Dean?
Yes.
Mr. Dwyer?
Yes.
Mrs. Ennie?
Yes.
Mrs. Lou Riddell?
Yes.
Excuse me?
For the
Business and finance?
Yeah. Yes.
Mr. Marshall?
Yes.
Mrs. Matos?
Yes.
Mrs. Rosenwald?
Yes.
Mr. Lalonsky?
Yes, bring us to page 18, financial, and personnel, I'm sorry, personnel.
We got changes.
20 resolutions, got some changes?
Got some
Yeah.
changes. Page 19, number 4.
Yes.
It's being pulled.
Okay.
19, number 4 is being pulled. Page 22, number 15 is being pulled.
22, number 15, being pulled.
15, you said, sir?
Yes. That's it.
Okay.
Before we go
Go.
any further, number 2 on here, you're going to notice Cassidy Dudley is on here for Mr. Vaughn's confidential personnel assistant. I just want to be transparent. Craig did know Cassidy briefly in a time before. Craig is wholeheartedly recommending her to me. She won the spot out of 12 candidates. She was actually number 2. Number 1 wanted too much money. I just want to be transparent in that and let you know that I hire the right kind of people who hire the right kind of people. So I just want everyone to know that.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
All right, Victoria, personnel, please.
Personnel matters. The superintendent of schools submits the following resolutions for approval. 1, resignation. 2, employment, confidential personnel assistant. 3, employment, part-time instructional assistant. 4 was pulled. 5, amended hours and salaries. 6, stipend mentor teacher. 7, stipend longevity instructional assistants. 8, curriculum Google turnkey trainers. 9, curriculum dyslexia turnkey trainers. 10, substitute teachers. 11, substitute teachers.
Nurses.
I'm sorry, nurses. 12, substitute instructional assistants. 13, substitute secretary / clerk. 14, substitute school aides. 15 was pulled. 16, student internship. 17, paid medical disability leaves. 18, unpaid leaves of absence. 19, amended resolution leave dates. 20, amended curriculum power coach. I so move.
Thank you, Vicky. Seconded by John. Discussion on personnel matters. One.
I just want everybody to know that I'm going to be voting no on number 2. And the reason I'm going to be voting no on number 2 is because when this was brought to my attention, I was told and subsequently was confirmed to me that this person was not given a typing test. Now, in the past, all of our secretaries have been given a typing test. None of our secretaries have ever bypassed the typing test procedure. When I spoke to Craig about it, he said that our typing test was archaic. Then when in speaking to the superintendent, I was told, and he said that he observed her typing. Then I was told that she would not be doing any letters in another conversation. I explained that I'm a process person, and anybody who knows me knows that I'm a process person. And that I felt that if we were doing away with the typing test, that was fine. And that if we were putting something else in place, that was fine too. If we were doing it away for this particular category of assistant, secretary, then that was fine. If we were doing it away for all the secretaries, that was fine. Or different categories, I had no problem with it. But to just do away with it for one particular secretary, I had a problem with it. I don't care how they pass muster, but it was problematic for me. I then got a text earlier this evening while I was sitting here that it was going to be used that the previous person in that particular seat did not have experience, and that was going to be used. But that person did take a typing test. So everybody who has sat in that position took a typing test. So I have a problem with it. So if, and the fact that Mr. Vaughan knew her before, and now, I just have, to me, it's a problem. I don't understand why this person can't go back and take the typing test, pulled from the agenda, and just given the typing test to, because every secretary in the district has taken this typing test, and all of these confidential personal assistants have taken them. I just don't understand it. Again, I'm a process person, and whether it's archaic or not, until systems can be put in place to put some sort of other test in place, that's fine. Then that's what should be used going forward for new hires. But until that's in place, I have a problem with just not doing it for this one particular person, especially since Mr. Vaughan knew her in a previous lifetime. So I will be voting no.
So, in Mrs. Rose Walden, what you just said, I think you went through the litany of if you're changing it for this, if you're changing it for that. That's what Mr. Vaughn did. He has a person that does a specific skill set. So what he did was he actually defined a more rigorous assessment than just a typing test. The assessment he gave, and let me see if I can do it from memory. I know there was an Excel spreadsheet where they had to sort, correct? There was a document they had to do with a mail merge, and then they had to actually type a document. So whether or not this person actually can type 67 words a minute, I gotta be honest, I don't even know what a typewriter is to figure it out. So in the moment, he figured out everything he needed about this person. So what he did was he made a reflective decision in an antiquated, ridiculous exam that shouldn't really even be given, because you can look at someone in any moment and know if they can type. Whether they can type 72 words or 67 words or upwards of 100, he saw the fact that she could type. And the assessment he gave was way more rigorous than a typing exam. So, I mean, I think he improved the process with a systems process because he used a process that actually made sense.
But we're going to continue to give typing tests to because when I asked if the typing test was going to be continued, I was told that the typing test will be continued for this position.
Well, this position's not really. They don't typically do letters. They don't typically do letters.
They send memos, and I was told that they send memos, and there will be letters involved.
Hey, John.
I'm sorry.
Who is this person reporting to?
Mr. Vaughn.
What capacity did you know her in her past life?
I've worked with her. That's it.
In what capacity?
She worked at the restaurant I worked at prior to.
Oh, not even in a school.
And what is her background?
She was bartender and she worked in the office at the restaurant.
Thank you.
Yes, I'm correct.
Yeah, another question. You interviewed a few different people?
12.
12 different people.
Right?
2 rounds.
Okay. You feel that this person is qualified for the tasks at hand that you're looking to fill this position?
Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Okay, anybody else? Deb?
I was just wondering, on number 8, the curriculum Google turnkey trainers, is that, I know they're getting funded by the Title IIA, but is that new? I'm just curious.
Yes, absolutely.
They are?
Yeah, Mrs. Alexander came up and did a fantastic job of developing tons of resources optional for our staff to utilize, and she does it all electronically. They can sign up, spots get taken, and it happens all over the district.
I'm surprised that they're not funding dyslexia turnkey trainers.
Title IIA?
Yeah, they're funding one but not the other. Is that the way it works?
It's just the way we found we had the money in the grant to be able to do it. It's for professional development, whereas there wasn't a problem. There wasn't a problem having, Robert had budgeted money in his regular budget for this, and because this was something that just came up for the Google, it was an initiative that had just,
This year.
yeah, that Kim had just,
Whereas Robert budgeted.
right.
Okay. I'm just curious. I just saw that before.
Dyslexia training is mandatory.
That's why I was kind of surprised not to see a grant for it, where we pulled it from that fund and not, well, not surprised, not that
I was
surprised.
just going to say, state mandate, state pay,
Well,
that doesn't
We
exist.
got the Title IIA on the other one.
Okay, Deb?
All right, yeah, thank
John?
you.
Greg, I'm going to be as gentle as I can on this one. I think I'm going to vote no on 2, and for a reason. I think you're making a mistake. I trust who you hire. It has nothing to do with, she's probably the greatest thing since sliced bread. She probably can do the job. I don't like when I'm hearing that rules of engagement, and by the way, typing tests should be thrown out the window, because right now, even I could type a hot memo real quick. And so it's not about, but you're changing the rules of engagement, and you're changing the rules of engagement, and there's a perception. And one man's perception is another man's reality. You're doing somebody a favor. And I don't like, that's the piece that's the only piece I don't like.
John, can Craig show you what the
No, what I'd rather have him do is say, this district's getting rid of typing tests. Or give this woman a typing test. Because if you don't do for her that you would do for everybody else, you're putting yourself in a position, especially since there is you knew it. Take that off. All I'm trying to tell you is to take that off the plate. Because it's a perception that's not going to be.
John, none of them, all 12 of them, none of them took a typing test.
Well,
They were
I got to
all
be honest with you, though.
equally-
John,
If
what
she's-
they did was more
if
rigorous.
she's going to get hired here, okay? And other people in the past have been hired here with a test. Right? Get rid of the test, but don't do it now, because it is a perception. If she had done it before.
He went harder. He went from a 60-mile-an-hour
I hear where you're coming from, but you don't do it midstream, and you don't do it when you're bringing somebody that you know in the district.
John, I would agree with you if he was to
don't
tell
agree.
us that all 12 people did something differently. If they all did the
I hear
same,
what-
that's
Debbie,
why
I
we
understand.
have Greg
No, I
Mullen.
understand that, Debbie, but all the other people that were hired here were hired with taking that
We're not
test.
supposed to be sitting in a.
Put out a
That's-
rule that
that's
says we're not taking the
insinuating
test, real
something
simple, and you end discussion.
That's
ridiculous. It
As
might
long
be
as they were
ridiculous, but that's how I
equally-
feel.
No,
So
no,
if you're
John.
calling my feelings ridiculous,
John.
you and I will have our first argument.
Well, I wasn't speaking to you. I was speaking to a comment that Mrs. Rosenwald
And I
made
say
that
this
thought was
respectfully
grossly
because,
inappropriate.
Craig, you know I respect you, and you know I think you're a man of good judgment. I think in this case, I'm throwing this at you.
All right, we gotta keep.
25 years on Wall Street, I know perception versus reality can get you in trouble. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
Bring the typewriter.
Found out about
As long as
John, I
they're
wasn't
equally
speaking to
done.
you.
Anyone else? Personnel? Okay.
I don't know what you want here. So, like, at the end of the day, you charge us with improving processes, and that's what we did. So
Eric, that's unfair.
No, it's not.
That's
No,
unfair.
John, you got to speak, right? You got to speak. Let me speak. So when we came in here and I revamped the principal interviews, and we have people doing presentations, no one complained. No one complained in that moment and said, "Well, you can't do. Why do it now? Why do
You
it
had
now?"
dialogue before you had dialogue with us before you brought it before us. Or you
No, I
put this
didn't.
on.
I changed it. There's a hundred process I changed around here that you don't even know about.
Listen, guys, that's how I feel. That's my vote.
You didn't change it
okay.
for one
And as long as Craig knows where I'm coming
Did-
from,
You
I'm
changed it for all the principals going forward.
I disagree. I really don't understand
No,
why
you didn't
in
change
this.
it for one
All
principal.
right, apparently I
But
can't
you
speak.
changed it for all his interview process.
right, it's
That's
all
all
good.
I need to know. You changed it for all your candidates. They all did the same process. That's all I need to know. Thank you.
Now, if number one had not been at a higher rate, because she wanted more money, right? Had you taken the number one, had she been where we were willing to pay? Because she was more qualified, right?
Okay. Anybody else personnel? Cindy, please call the roll.
Mrs. Ennie?
I'm going to abstain on number 5. Yes on the rest.
Mrs. Lou Rudell?
Yes.
Mr. Marshall?
Yes, except for number 12, abstain on Cheryl Metzger, and abstain on number 13 and number 14, but the rest, yes.
Mrs. Matos?
No on 16, yes on everything else.
Mrs. Rosenwald?
No on 2, yes on everything else.
Mr. Dwyer?
No on 2, yes on everything else.
Mrs. Dean?
Abstaining 12, 13, and 14, yes on everything else.
And Mr. Lalanski?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Page 27, Policy Development and Community Relations. Debbie, please.
Sure. Policy Development and Community Relations Matters, the Superintendent of Schools submits the following resolutions for approval. Number 1, approval of 2015-16 school year calendar. 2, amended school year calendar, 2014-15 school year. 3, second readings of Policy 5305, Policy and Regulations 5310, Regulations 8441. I so move, right?
Thank you, Debbie. Seconded by Victoria. Policy development, questions?
Yeah,
comments?
I know we didn't, Multicultural Day didn't add a day, but should we have put on here that that day was called that, or does it matter?
You mean for the amended school year?
Yeah.
No, the number 2 is just amending the school year for this year.
Oh, this, okay.
This year, all the
Okay.
snow days.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. No worries.
Anyone else?
It's
Policy
included
development?
in the actual calendar
Why
for
are we-
15-16.
Why are we amending the school year? We've never done that before.
Yeah, we do it every year.
Do we do that?
I asked questions.
And
I
I-
said, why are we doing this? And
I-
we do that.
I asked that question.
Yeah, we do.
We do it every year.
Yeah, I went down to Liz and I said, do we do this?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's changed.
Right.
Exactly.
Right, and I called you. and I
Yeah,
said, "What we do?"
yeah, we do.
So,
Trust me,
okay.
this is the keeper. It's like, okay, we got to change this. Okay, we got to
Don't
change this.
question Liz. It's gospel.
Okay. Anybody else, policy development? Okay, call the roll, please, Cindy.
Mr. Dwyer?
Yes.
Excuse me, Mrs. Zenny?
Yes.
Mrs. Lou Rudell?
For this one, right? To try to understand for the
1,
calendar.
2, and 3.
1, 2, and 3.
Yes.
Mr. Marshall?
Yes.
Mrs. Rosenwald?
No on one, and yes on the others.
Mrs. Dean?
Yes.
Mrs. Matos?
Yes.
Mr. Lalonsky?
Yes. Good, okay. Policy development, community relations.
The,
Well, we have a
for
question.
I'm sorry, maybe I missed that. For the calendar.
We have
No, I was sort of.
two resolutions tonight, two policies.
No,
Oh, she has a question? I think she just asked her. Okay, we're good?
No, you can tell Michael.
Yeah, just try to understand the question for the 1, 2, 3. For the calendar one, I will vote for no. For the rest of 1, 2, 3, we'll say yes.
Okay,
So you want to amend?
she wants to amend her vote, that's fine.
Okay.
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 Okay, we have two first reading, two policies submitted for first reading by superintendent, policy 5350, public pupil suicide prevention, and regulation 5350, pupil suicide. Sir.
Very minimal changes to these. We had some language changes that had to take place in the policy. You'll see that the previous policy referenced the child study team. These matters are actually referred to our school crisis response team. And then it also referenced the DIFUS, the Division of Youth and Family Services. That is now referred to as the Division of Child Protection and Permanency. So we made some language changes to the policy. And then in the regulation, the core of the changes were really in how we respond to a potential suicide. So I worked with several of our counselors and a couple of our school psychologists. And this is actually what you'll see now in the new regulation is really from a mental health provider standpoint. This is how we should be responding to these situations.
Okay. Questions, comments, guys? Everybody's okay? All right, so put them on for a second reading.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, that'll bring us to our liaison reports. Anything from New Jersey School Boards? Yeah.
Okay, so if you go to blogtalkradio.com/NJSBA, this Friday, the 27th, at 3:00 p.m., there's going to be a parents and park. So the park parents pretty much left, but oh, there you are. Okay. Okay, so there you can click on, and you can't participate, but you can listen to New Jersey School Boards have their dialogue on it. But the board members can call in and make a reservation to participate if you want, or you could just listen. So again, it's blogtalkradio.com/NJSBA. And there's also other ones you can listen to, some back ones if you're interested in the topics, okay?
All right. Monmouth County School Boards,
Nothing. Thank you.
okay. Marlborough Township Alliance,
I apologize, Michael, I wasn't able to go last week because of the situation at home.
okay.
You want
We'll
Alliance?
get there.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
What were you saying?
No, I thought you said Alliance.
No. PTA, PTO,
We didn't meet, it was the weather. We didn't have a meeting, so.
okay. Rio Regional High School, John's not here. Marlborough Township Alliance, Bonnie.
All right, Alliance, on March 25th at 7 o'clock PM at the Rec Center, Raising Children Respectfully by Judy Kramer is going to be talking, being the moderator. And the next Alliance meeting is March 12th at 9:15 at the Rec Center.
All right, Bonnie, thank you. Educational Foundation, Dara?
Yes, the new night for the wine tasting for the Education Foundation's fundraiser will be March 26, 2015, from 7 to 9:30.
Push
In
back.
Whole Foods?
What day is
At
that?
Whole Foods.
Not Friday then.
What day?
27th.
The 26th. I'm sorry.
At 7 PM?
It's Thursday.
26, Rec Center.
Rec Center?
Oh, it's at the, what?
You say Rec
At the
Center.
Marlboro Township Rec Center.
Okay.
Oh, it's at the Rec Center,
It's at the-
not Whole Foods?
Not at Whole Foods.
Rec
this
Center,
time. It'll
okay.
be at the Marlboro Township Rec Center.
Yes.
On
And Leash, you'll let me know what to do about
March
the whole principal
26th.
superintendent stuff, right? Okay, all right, you got it. Are you gonna yell at me? All right, you can come in.
Okay. Thank you, Dara. Committee reports, it says, go ahead.
There's one more thing I wanted to
Okay.
cover with you. Last Thursday night, there was a meeting at Town Hall for SWAC. SWAC is, well, let me tell you what SWAC is. The meeting covered okay, it was Atlantic Tree Realty LLC is seeking approval from the Monmouth County Solid Waste Advisory Committee, which is SWAC.
I just really want to know how it's related to our Board of Education meeting, because
Well, I will-
when we had CAN meetings that affected Marlboro Memorial, we didn't bring it up to the dais. So I'm just, before you go further with,
It affects Abbott. So
the
it,
other one affected Memorial. I'm just asking the president then.
Bonnie can
Okay,
speak if she likes.
I will.
You can speak to Bonnie.
Did you allow Ken to speak, Michael? Did you allow
It's
Debbie to talk?
perfectly okay. I'll
Sorry.
get up at the mic
I
at
know
the
because
next
the attorney
public
had
session.
told me.
Not a problem. I'll get up at the mic at the next public session. You can sign me up if you want.
Okay. All right. Committee reports. I mean, it says construction, but we didn't meet, so there's no.
So
It's kinda like a
I doubt
standard
if
thing.
Michael would have
Yeah.
stopped you from speaking, Debbie.
The
But-
attorney actually said that it's not good to mix your organization with your board.
I wasn't there as an this,
That's all.
is it my organization?
Okay.
I'm not part of any organization. You were the president of,
Go ahead, Michael.
excuse me, since you brought it up, you were the president of an organization. I am not part of any organization that represents anybody, Debbie.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's move on. Okay, did you want to say something about construction? Cindy, did you say there was something?
No, I just
this-
said it kind of just stays
Just
there.
stays there.
As kind of a reminder
Okay.
that
We have to make a meeting for that and technology, so we kind of went through that tonight, so.
I'm going to talk to you afterwards.
Okay, very good. Old business, 2015-16 school year budget discussion, individual schools, transportation, and building and grounds. So I guess individual schools, sir, we're going to go with in that order?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so individual schools. Sin, this starts on tab 9, correct, with the pupil allocation?
Yes.
Right,
then-
we're gonna make all these people sit in the audience and wait to speak before we do the budget? After we do the budget?
It's going to be a while.
President.
Wow.
I don't know. if you
Why
wanna-
don't you let the people in the audience speak before you do the budget?
I don't have a problem. Sure, you could do that.
Since they're sitting there wanting to speak, I'll even let them speak before me.
That's nice. Okay. We're going to be a while with the budget, so we'll open public session first, because anybody doesn't want to sit through the budget. So anyone from public wish to address the board on any item?
You want to hear the budget?
don't know. Does she have to put her name down again?
Robin Wolf, 101 Cannon 8. Just quick question for a friend that left. She wanted to know, her son was told that he needs headphones for the reading component, and if he doesn't have them, he can't take the reading part of the park. I know a lot of districts are supplying them for children that don't have them, and I just told her I would find out if Marlboro was doing that.
Can you, so the long and short answer is that they were on the supply list that went home, but we also did an order after that for headphones. So can you have that person contact their building principal just to double check? Okay, but we definitely did take care of it that way.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Anyone else? I didn't hear what you said there.
Hi, Sarah Chrysler, 1103 Roseberry Court. I've been coming to a lot of the board meetings talking about park, talking about my children, talking about kindergarten, but I'm really disappointed. I can't sit here and listen to you guys argue and never agree upon anything. You sound like worse than my children, and it upsets me that nothing gets done because I feel like everyone has a lot of personal issues up here instead of working for the kids. And it's, I don't even have the word, where there's no back and forth. So I'm going to talk now, and then everyone else can talk.
Right.
I was talking to him.
Well, I'm talking now.
Okay.
My turn.
You good? Good.
So I find it just really disrespectful. I come, I rush out, I feed my kids, I rush out the door, I leave them with my husband, and I come here and I listen to you guys argue. Very little, I feel like, is getting done amongst the board members because you're all fighting and yelling and, you know, you don't support this one and this one doesn't support that one. So nobody's issues get resolved. And for us sitting out in the audience, that's how it feels. I don't know what gets done behind closed doors, but when we're sitting here, it just seems like if this one's not going to support that one, then when their item comes up, then forget everyone else. And it's all about me all the time. So if that's not how it is, then I'd like to see it differently handled up here. Because we're all adults, and it doesn't feel like that when I'm sitting back there. So I come up here, and I come, and I take my time, and I just want to see that back from you. That's it. Thanks.
Bonnie Gabazon, 2 Harvest Court. Hi. Okay, little clarification on refusal. So news to me tonight is that the students were going to be logging in and then refusing. I would like to know why that wasn't done during the practice. I refused for my kids, and my middle schooler was just removed from the classroom, and he never had to log on and then refuse. So why would you not make it identical to what's going to go on the day of? Because then he's confused and not prepared and is going to log on. And obviously, the logging on and then the refusing to take the test leads to you being able to say that the student was present for the test, marked for the test, and you get your 95% or whatever it is you're going for, which is exactly the opposite of, I want my refusal to count. So from what I got from Mr. Ballone before he left is that they can refuse before logging on, which is information I need to communicate to all the people who ask me questions about how to refuse and what's going to go on the day of the testing. So it's my understanding now that if we want this refusal to count, then they are to be refusing before ever logging on, and then they are marked absent for the test, I believe is what Mr. Ballone started to allude to but did not finish. So that's an important question. So I am going to amend my refusal letter to include that my child will be, I have no problem with them refusing the day of, and if he has to verbally or non-verbally refuse, but I want to amend my letter so that it says he will be refusing before logging on and nobody is to log on for him or anything like that. I also wanted to speak to Bonnie to the article that, if you want to call it an article, this statement that has to be put out in the Asbury Park Press. You said, and that sounds like a huge number when you say 55% of incoming students need remedial classes. I would like to know if you know how many high school students graduate from New Jersey schools in total, and how many of them are then going to community college, and does that number also include returning adult students, which is a big portion of incoming freshmen to community college? So what sounds like 55% sounds like a huge number, but if you're talking about 55% of 1,000 people, then are you saying that we're amending our whole education system because 500 students aren't, need remedial courses?
Well, let's respond. Bonnie will respond at the end. You can respond.
But that's beside the point. Okay. So really, my question now is about the refusal and when that refusal takes place, before the logon or after the logon, and what the difference in coding will be between those two scenarios. And that's information that parents deserve to have and need to have. And up until this point, that was never mentioned. Like, I was shocked when I heard that the students are going to be logging on. It was always, no, your kid will come in, they'll refuse, and they'll be taken to the library. Nobody mentioned anything about a ticket number and a logon and having to do that, because that's a huge question that needs to be answered. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else in the public wish to address the board on any item? Okay. No.
No. They have been, so I don't know. Sorry.
I hate public speaking.
You don't lose points for breaking it. It's okay.
I hate it. Can you hear me? Okay. So basically what Bonnie said. The way this whole thing came up, though, is that a teacher at one of the schools brought it up and said that this is what's going to happen. Your child's going to show up at school. Your child is going to log on without a choice and then get a 0. So we really wouldn't have brought any of this up. We wouldn't have known. Get a 0. We'll get a 0 on the test. That's a direct quote from a teacher.
Okay.
I spoke to a couple of the teachers. They really weren't aware, but this did come from a teacher, from somebody, and it got posted on my page, and I have to look into anything that does get posted. And that was really, it worried us because we felt like we did make some headway where our children can just, refuse for themselves, leave the room and go to the library, just like they did today. And that's how I started. But we want to make sure that they don't log on. It's against everything that we feel about this test. And I wanted to really just squash the fact that children are going to be logging on, they're going to leave, and they're going to get a 0. I'd like to know for these refusers, I'd like to know what we will be sending to Pearson. All the children who are taking the test, their test will be sent to Pearson, and that's what they're going to grade, and that's how it's going to work. What are we sending for the kids that are refusing the test? I just want to know what piece of paper is being sent, what's going to be said, and and the coding, the same thing. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's it, right?
Okay. Easy.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public? At the end.
Hey, Jen Wexler, 46 Damascus Drive, Marlboro, New Jersey. Okay, so my child goes in, not allowing her to log on to the computer. I've sent my refusal letter if I need to amend it, update it, etc. Now, she is considered absent from the test, so that is not going to be coded as misconduct. Just want to clarify.
There is no coding of misconduct, and so no. But yes, go on. Sorry, you finish.
So no, but yes?
No, yes was to keep going.
Yes, but no?
We'll respond at the end.
No, you can respond now. Honestly, it's
sure.
fine with me.
All
I
right,
would
so
prefer
here's the response.
that.
It doesn't matter when your child refuses. They can refuse before the log on or after. I will honor them.
Right, but after the log on is...
You just said no, not yes, and then you can't
Right.
cut me off in the middle and let me go. Let me finish, and then you can go back if you want. So if they come in at any point and refuse, before the log on or after, they'll be treated as a refusal. What happens then is that if the student does not take the test, then the same piece of paper that Amy printed off last time will be filled out and just student refused test, and that's what will go to Pearson. I have no knowledge, nor has there been any discussion, Bonnie, about the whole 95% and how do I wiggle around that and how do I make sure that it appears that we do the 95%. I never lie. So that has not been one bit of a discussion amongst me, any superintendent, anywhere else. If they don't take the assessment, I don't know what Pearson's going to say, and I don't know what New Jersey's going to do with that. I don't, and no one does. But if they at any point say, I don't want to do it, or say that before or after log on, we're going to be genuine and honest and supportive and nice, and we're gonna do what we need to do. But whether it's before or after, I mean, it's totally okay for you to say to your child, you refuse. You want to walk in the door and say, I'm not doing it. Not a problem. That's okay. That'll be totally enough for me, and then we will take it. The other question that I didn't answer, and I apologize, in the first session was, what happens day 2? If you have a letter that comes in that says Johnny's not taking the test, there's any form of a refusal before or after, they will not sit for any other day.
I remember you said that
They're
last
not going to
meeting.
have to go back in there. Okay, I will have, and for me, what I'll have from you is we've asked every parent to supply a written email. That way, I have that in case anyone says, Eric Michael, why did this person not take it? I can show that. So I'm not going to put them back in front of the computer again. Now, the opposite of that would be a child who refuses day of just by doing it. If there's still a refusal, we're going to treat them the same way, humane, we'll remove them, but that will be a phone call to mom or dad just to let them know that, look, Johnny didn't take the test today.
Right.
I'm not sure if you wanted him or her to do that. If it was on your order, which is fine, can you please just submit us something in writing? As soon as I have that, the child won't go back in the testing area. So
I would imagine if the child refuses, even if mom or dad don't pick up the phone on day 2, you're not going to make them sit there anyway. I mean, that's...
No, if there's
be
ever a
removed.
refusal,
Yeah.
it's
Now,
okay.
what happens when let's say a child does log on and does nothing? What's that test? That test is just a 0%?
I don't know the answer.
Okay, that's fine.
I don't know
That's
the
fair
answer.
enough. Yeah, that's fair
I don't
enough.
know. And we've been given no guidance on anything. So if they start and do one, what's it coded? At the end of the day, my gut tells me that when we code that refusal, the test is going to be voided. That's what I think. So what I don't think is going to happen is that it would, and what I hope would not happen, because I don't agree with anything about this being attached to a student's or to a teacher's evaluation. I think it's a horrible thing. I would want to sincerely hope that will not come back on a
Well, we
teacher.
have, 3 years now to worry about
Yeah,
that?
well, it's got to pass, but yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're most welcome.
Anyone else from the public wish to address the board on any item? Come on,
up.
come on.
Come on down. You're the next.
For day 1, with the parent refusal,
Excuse me,
child
just for
refusal.
clarification, if you could
Amy
state-
First
thank-
Tolan, 7 Jefferson Road.
Name is fine.
Oh, okay. On day 1, if there is a refusal letter from the parent and the child does refuse,
Yep.
are they sitting in that room for that one day, or are they?
No.
Okay, because when
Yeah.
you said sit one day, I just.
No. Sorry, let me clarify. So the minute that they refuse, they're going to go to an alternate setting.
Okay.
So the minute they do that, they will not be made to sit for the entire day.
Okay, and I know that you said before or after log on, but there is, and they don't have to log on, there is no after log on, they can refuse before.
Yep.
And it'll be just like today, they'll come into the room, they'll be sent to the library, and then every other day after that, what's the difference between the first day and then every day after that?
Because from my point of view, they will have formally refused on
Exactly.
that first day. I'll have that letter, the student will have refused. From my point of view, that's enough to not put them back in.
Great, and then, so after that, they don't even have to go into the testing room, they just go to the library and they're done.
Yes.
And can I just ask a question, to everybody on the board? Just a very simple question. Do you see the big deal that's being made about this form, which is the right form that should be submitted, which will be submitted? Do you think it's such a big deal to write that the parent refused as opposed to the student refused? Because it really is the parent that refused for the child. I understand the child has to refuse. I'm going to find that policy somewhere. But is it such a big deal to do what everybody else is doing and submitting this form and telling what it is? The parent did refuse. I'm the parent. I refused for my son. He wanted to take it. He can't take it, not letting him. So I refused for him. Can't this just be like all
Amy,
the...
it's not the big deal. It's our superintendent is running our
Amy, if
district. He's our educational leader. It's his recommendation.
But
how it
these are
should be.
opinions, though.
If
These
if I
aren't
have-
state
look, how about this?
mandated.
If I have a letter from a parent, I will write parent refusal, student refusal.
It's
That's-
parent
that's-
slash student. That's all I was going to ask to do.
Fair enough?
Okay, yes, absolutely.
There you
Thank
go.
you very much.
Not a problem.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Virginia.
You're welcome.
Donna Zelavansky, Roseberry Court.
I'm sorry?
Donna Zelavansky, Roseberry Court.
Oh, I'm going to have fun trying to figure out how to spell this name.
Okay, my question is, what are the repercussions once your child refuses? You say you don't know what's going to happen, but what are the scenarios? That you have to know something. Otherwise, can we have a phone number of somebody we can call? Because actually, if that's what you're saying, we're going into this blind. Because the decisions that we're making could really hurt our kids if you don't know what's going to happen. You know, if, you know, one of my kids is very intelligent, but if we strongly believe we don't want her to take it or him to take it, then
Do you have any other questions, or is that your one
that would
question?
be it.
Okay.
That would be it.
So,
The repercussions.
So here's what we know. I'm going to backtrack. So for NJ Ask, if you did not take NJ Ask, there were really no repercussions. We never, ever, in any district I've ever been, had been in any spot where there was a great number of kids that refused it. So, you know, recently, New Jersey asked for some guidance from the U.S. Department of Education. They are saying that if a great number of kids do, you know, abandon the test or don't take the test, that the government has the ability of sanctioning New Jersey. I don't know what will actually happen. Personally, to your child, if you're asking Eric Michael's opinion, I think nothing's going to happen. I really don't. I think that the bill in the books right now is set to delay graduation requirements, gifted and talented, basic skills, any form of placement, and teacher evaluation. So if that goes through the Senate and gets approved by the governor, that means for the next 3 years, those three things, including teacher evaluation, will not occur. But my gut tells me not one thing. I don't think that your child will be held at any disadvantage, because if it's not used in any placement, if it's not used in graduation requirements, I don't know how else they could be punitive to you as a parent or to a child, full well knowing that this is such a very passionate topic for the parents of the United States.
Okay, the reason why I'm bringing this up is because my child was told that it could affect when you go to high school. It could be on the record, and it might affect it. So, you know, that's all.
You know, let me speak that we are not a high school, okay? So I really don't believe that they're going to look at that and discount a child for any reason. When you look at placement criteria for the high schools, NJ Ask isn't on there. So when you look at high tech, biotech, science and engineering, wherever you want to look at, they have different criteria, teacher recommendations, the tests that you take, you know, those types of things.
But did one of our teachers tell?
Yeah.
High school?
Not high school. It
one
was
of our
middle-
teachers.
One
in
of our teachers
district,
said
yeah,
that
middle
for high
level.
school. That's just, I don't believe that's accurate at all.
Can you tell him later?
Later, tell him.
You're back?
Bonnie Gabazan. No, I just wanted to say one thing. I wanted to say, first of all, thank you for all of these months of the dialogue and keeping it mostly above the line and respectful on both ends. And I think everybody did that for the most part. There were moments in there, but again, everybody speaking from deep conviction and mandates and all kinds of important stuff. I also wanted to say thank you for indicating parent refusal. However you want to do it, to have that on there is a big deal.
No problem.
And I want to thank you for the information that you just shared with, I'm sorry, sorry, I didn't get her name. But I feel like that should have been information that parents could have used all along. I think whenever it gets out there is great, but I think that was clear information of how things look right now in regard to this park test. In the absence of a state-issued statement about all of this, in the absence of a written policy from our district, I think that's where you get the confusion, and even among teachers. And if teachers don't know, they might be saying different things to kids, and there really just needs clarification. That's what those bills are about: clarification, putting it in writing, and just letting everybody know, how it looks, and put it in writing. If it has to be an internal thing to teachers and what they need to be saying to students, as long as it's true, valid information, then I have no problem with that. It doesn't even have to be out to parents if you're not willing to do that. But at least teachers need to be all on the same page across all of our schools, informed about every aspect of the test and the refusals and all that. And again, I thank you and have a good night.
Thank you, Bonnie.
Stay for budget. Can I say something?
You want to say something?
Can I say something? Bonnie, you went to those meetings, and I can't speak for everybody, but thank you for representing Marlboro. I didn't go to those meetings, but I can tell you that on Sunday night, I spoke face-to-face with the Assembly Republican leader, and he asked me my personal opinion, and I gave it to him. And I couldn't speak for the board, but I spoke for my opinion on it. And I said, you take it away, and we don't got a problem. It's not our problem. Get it out of our state, and it'll go away. I said, you gave us this. You didn't give us the means to, officiate it. We had to get money. We had to get technology. So I am with you. And I know before somebody said, we're not hearing from this board,
It's a process.
we're hearing you. We're hearing you. And I told you, go talk to those legislatures, and thank you for doing it. And he said, I heard what you said. That's all I need to hear. And you saw what happened, on the vote. I'm saying I didn't do that, but I'm just saying, believe me, he heard me for 25 minutes. Somebody sent him over and said, that's a board member. Go talk to her. She'll tell you what's her feelings, her personal feelings. Not anybody. But I'm telling you, I called in Senator Sweeney today. I saw her thing. I'm dialing my numbers. We don't always have to say it from here to say we're supporting you.
You're not always just a board member. You're a parent. You're a community member. You're a taxpayer.
But I want you to understand that when we hired Dr. Hibbs, we entrusted him and his knowledge. I am not an educator. I'm not. I trade. I'm a business person. And, I respect him, and, he has done what and I told this to the Assembly Leader, John Bramman. I said, our district is above districts. I go, look us up. I said, we are preparing our kids to the best of our abilities because you have put this on us, and we've done our district, our superintendent, to prepare them. Do we like what's going on all the time? No, but we're preparing them. It is what it is, but thank you. Thank you for hearing the parents and saying, we'll put the parent, we'll put the student. We don't look bad if y'all coming out. I encourage you. You know what I encourage you to do? Stay in those seats, listen to this budget, because now we're going to have to figure out after we put $2 million, we'll say, yeah, that's what we're saying. But what I'm saying is it's everything. It's just not this. But thank you.
It's a difficult time right now in education, in our state, in our country, and obviously we're all in this together for our kids, and it's a dialogue. And if it gets a little heated at times, and if we butt heads on different points, but hopefully it's all for good.
Bonnie, wait, and I'll be at the high school meeting tomorrow night at 5. We're in your seat.
Mike, can I just follow up?
Sure. 1 second, Bonnie. John, say something.
Just to follow up on what Victoria said. Is it,
Oh, you're not?
okay.
Public, it's during the board meeting.
It's during the board meeting. It's really.
I signed up and everything, so I'm going to say Bonnie Rosenwald, 22 Gary Drive, Englishtown, New Jersey, and now I'm turning my back to you saying
I'm sorry, Michael.
because since you didn't want to hear what I had to say.
Not at that time. It wasn't on the agenda. You are a board's person.
No, actually, I left the dais, and I'm assuming you marked me as off the dais.
Okay.
Okay, so I sat in the audience, and once I leave the dais, I'm sitting in the audience. I
The mic.
signed up. Mike?
Yeah.
Thanks. And I know I'm allowed to do that. There was a meeting from Atlantic Tree. There was a meeting at the town hall last Thursday night, and it had to do with what was being put in close proximity to the David Abbott Learning Center. Atlantic Tree Realty, LLC, is seeking approval from the Monmouth County Solid Waste Advisory Committee, which is SWAC, and the Monmouth County Freeholders, which is the county, which is designated as the county. This site is a Class B recycling facility in the township of Marlborough on Tennant Road across from Peregrine Road, and it's 100%. The town is 100% opposed to this facility. The proposed facility is anticipated to receive 200 tons of trees, brush, wood chips, and leaves per day, which is equivalent to 40 truckloads of this material. The site is located within a residential zoned neighborhood. It's inconsistent with surrounding uses and is located close to the Abbott Early Learning Center. And in this, the Childhood Learning Center that houses both the youngest school-age children and special needs population. It's still in front of this SWAC board, and all they did last Thursday was hear people getting up from the area and from the town representatives and the attorneys to hear what they had to say. There was no determination made. There's going to be another hearing in Tinton Falls, March 28th. It's tentative. They're supposedly taking a vote at that time, but there's no guarantee. The hope is that if enough people from Marlborough show up at this meeting, that they'll put it out again. They'll put the vote out again. If they go forward with it, it will be in front of the freeholders and freehold. Nobody wants this in our town. It is detrimental to the students. The only other recycling, this type of recycling, is in Jersey City. There are fires every day in this recycling type of in Jersey City, and it is detrimental. So if you want anything done about it, I would go up to Tinton Falls.
John?
I just wanted to follow up with Victoria, and to thank you guys for fighting the fight, because it's a slippery slope when you put us in these seats, that there's a lot of things we'd love to say and opine on, but it's difficult. If Dr. Hibbs and the organization were doing something against the state mandates, obviously it's a lot easier for us to go, whoa, and throw a penalty flag. I find it, and I'm not going to get into, because I think you know how I feel about the big picture. The one thing that I do feel terrible about is that the children are being asked to say, I don't want to be here. And I think it's ridiculous, and it's not on the part of our administration, but the way the state has said, child has to state, in effect, or we're reading it to the letter. I mean, the state in their infinite wisdom says you got to write a letter, you got to write a note to get little Johnny out of gym. You got to write a note to allow Johnny to go to the aquarium. You got to write a note when he's sick. But all of a sudden, and it doesn't make any sense to me, and it's putting the child, in my opinion, in a bad spot. I do not blame that man, because if I did, we would have more dialogue about it. And I can be aggressive with dialogue, and I apologize if I come off sometimes because with spirit, some things are very spirited. You got to see us behind closed doors. But this district and Dr. Hibbs and crew has worked very hard to make sure the children are prepared, whether or not they're going to take it or not take it. I don't think he's been critical of the people, or the families not taking it. I think it's a personal choice, and I think it's a very difficult one. I think it's in tough. We're in tough times. Would I like to see the administration say, we're going to take your note and don't worry about the rest of it? Yeah, I would. But I couldn't sit here and say to him, you got to do that, because I would be asking him potentially to break the rules, and I'm not allowed to do that anyway. I'm overstepping my bounds. But I think Amy asked how the rest of us feel about it. I think keep doing what you're doing, keep fighting, because the state is listening, and they're moving in the right direction.
The problem is the state refuses to put out anything that will clarify all this confusion at the district level. It would be so easy to put out a memo tomorrow and say, we just refuse to do that. So it has to be leave in the middle of testimony. They're not.
It's a silly road. It's a silly road, but I couldn't work. In all honesty, I'll be very honest with you, I'm not sure I would last all of 5 minutes working for the state of New Jersey, because they're not private industry, and they live under a lot of different auspices and rules that can be very frustrating. And again, our job is not to tell them what to do, unless, of course, they're not doing what they're supposed to do. And in all, they dotted the I's, they crossed the T's, and they've done it 6 times to Sunday, so I got to give them credit, as well as giving you guys credit for really banging down the doors.
Okay, thanks, John. Anyone else in the public wish to address the board? So, ma'am, I'll respond to your comment. You know, I'm not going to say it doesn't get more animated here sometimes than it should, but I will tell you that everyone here has their own mind, is entitled to it. I don't need to agree with anybody in this board what they say, and they don't need to agree with me, and that goes to every single board member here. And that what makes a good board. Discussion makes a good board. You don't want a bunch of rubber stampers here that just when this gentleman puts stuff on the agenda, just go. That's not what you want. You want people that care, that are very dedicated, and are animated about what they feel about. So I'm not going to disagree. It might get a little bit too much, but we passed a lot of resolutions tonight, and we pulled the ones that didn't need to be passed. We got a lot of business done tonight, and we're about to go. I'm going to ask for a 10-minute break so we can take a breather. We're about to sit here for probably another hour and a half and go over our budget, at minimum. Then we're going to go into executive session and talk about other matters that we can't discuss in public, probably for another 45 minutes. So a lot of stuff is going to get done tonight, and a lot of stuff gets done every week. So where you may be animated, I don't think you want people just sitting here going, yeah, okay, you're okay, you're okay. I'm not a bobblehead, and Vicky's not a bobblehead, and I don't believe anybody else in this board is a bobblehead. So could it be less animated? Sure. But I think we're doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. I appreciate it.
So, all right, so I'm going to ask for a 10-minute recess so we can take a breather and get ready for budget discussion. We're going to come back in 10 minutes.
No, we'll come back.
Yeah.
Seconded by somebody, John, Joanne, seconded, all in favor? Aye. Okay, I guess, 10-minute recess. All right, we're back in public session. We are doing the 2015-2016 school year budget discussion, continuing with individual schools and transportation and buildings and grounds, so individual schools.
Okay. So tab 9, I don't know what, the individual schools are kind of the individual schools based upon an allocation, right, Sen?
Correct. What we do is that for the Early Learning Center, they get $152 per pupil for regular education students. For the elementary schools, they get $181, and for the middle schools, they get $200. That's been the number for a number of years, and what they do is they use that to allocate for their supplies, things that they want for their building. It does not include salaries, major things like that. And that number used to be higher. We had originally done it a lot higher. I would say the middle schools were $225, elementary were $200, and I think the Abbott Center was $170 at one time. But when the budgets were impacted and stuff with the 2% tax levy and stuff, we reduced it down. Where that number came from was just historically, it came from the what is now the taxpayer spending guide. It used to be the comparative spending guide. You can see that online, and we would take the categories of where they would charge, and we would break it out by the number of pupils and stuff. So there was a purpose behind how we come up with the number, and then we reduced it down over the years. So this is what is predicated, what each school has, and this is what they get, and this is what they budget their money for each. And you see in their line items, starting at tab number 12 with the Early Learning Center, he had $37,392, and he budgeted his money, obviously 70% of that. As you'll see in most schools, the majority of the money, good 70% of it, 75% of it, it's going to be for your classroom supplies. So that is true. It's 69% at the Abbott Center. And there really is no change for, in the schools, in their budget, they do their allocations and stuff. The only thing in the overall schools we wanted to point out to you was that in the extracurricular, under tab number 20, we did add some extra funds in there for the
Miscellaneous, right?
the additional for incidental chaperones and the instructional assistant chaperones under clubs and activities. So there is some money in there because when we have special needs students who are participating, or if a club goes over number of participants and we need a third section, club, whatever, we have the funds budgeted to do that. And we've had that over the years, so
Yeah.
that's why we're doing that.
Even in the last 2 years, we've had
Correct.
sections that we've added, and then last year specifically, we had to add the extra money for the one-on-one to cover different events.
Correct. Yeah, because your special ed students, they can participate, but a lot of them, depending upon their needs, they might need an aide with them or whatever. So we have to pay for that, and it would come out of the activities line.
What usually goes into general operating in these different schools? Because you have general operating, then you got furniture, equipment, textbooks. What gets, it's like a miscellaneous.
Copiers.
Their office functioning, nurse
So that's not in the
equipment.
classroom supplies,
No.
copy, paper?
No, but the actual
Well-
copy lease cost, the machine.
The lease is under an administrative line.
Because general, so.
General operating.
What else?
is where
The lease for the copier.
Under general.
Yeah.
Yes.
And what else goes besides that?
Nurse supplies, library books.
Right, the principal office, I think the principal office stuff is in there.
Is that broken out on a certain page?
Yeah, under each tab, it shows you.
I just wanted to get a feel, so I don't know.
Yeah, it'll give you the pie chart and such, and then behind it will be the actual breakout.
So if a principal doesn't need as much money for supplies as size they want furniture, is that something they have to pass through you or anybody else, or they just have this money and they can just?
Yeah, Defino has it in the
Defino
next
has
tab.
it in there, if you're asking for money for events.
I get that, but during the year,
Yeah.
Yes.
let's buy, the principal
Yes.
says, I have extra money and I would like a desk because didn't need as many supplies as I
Yes,
thought.
correct. Yes.
They can then buy a desk.
Yes.
With that money just for the
Yes.
pot.
And it may have to
Well,
transfer
it
depending
would
upon
come
the
to the
price.
board for a transfer.
transfer.
If necessary, because a desk wouldn't be a transfer
Necessary.
item. It would just, we
So
would just say, you're
something
buying
small,
a
they
desk.
just can.
Yeah,
On a
exactly.
will say, I didn't need it for this, I spent it for that.
Exactly.
Okay, that's right.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
That's Cindy's middle name.
What's that?
No, I'm just educating Craig.
Transfer?
Aren't I all the better for it?
Well, I got to be honest. He could have picked a lot worse.
Yeah. I'm afraid of that.
I mean, right? I mean, come on.
Pick better.
Sorry, I didn't say that. It could have been
Might as well make the
You
budget
mean to- You
fun.
mean to educate me? Is that what takes a lot of work?
not at all.
Wow, you're really batting 1,000 on the right side of this room tonight, huh?
Keeping on the two big guys too.
Okay, what?
No, never mind.
What?
I've been trying to find something, and all of a sudden, it's like, oh, that's where my page is like.
Comment that I heard, we'll talk about that later.
I know this is so silly, I didn't even have a question until you pointed something out, and it was reminded.
Okay.
Under the clubs and activities, you have, and we've had, it's not you, we've had all these years, a drama musical and a drama musical assistant, and then it's drama play and no assistant. And we had discussed this throughout the year, Eric, because of some things that arose at the time. Are we still looking to keep it that way with that many children and not an assistant?
Tell me the tab again.
20.
20? 20.
So we're talking about for the clubs and activities. We're talking about so you're saying for the play.
I know we had discussed it over the year. When was?
We discussed the
play?
amount of children,
November?
the amount of children in the building and the
amount
amount
of children,
of certificated staff that was in charge at the same time.
Correct.
Just for the play, correct?
Right.
Right.
Which is different than the musical.
And we
Because
have
the
an
musical
assistant.
has more participants than,
Musical has more than the play. How many does the play have?
well,
A lot.
A lot.
it depends.
A lot.
It depends.
All the years I've been in there.
Well, I mean, what you
If
could,
you're talking about Memorial, and
Well,
Middle
middle
does
school
not.
has a lot too.
Yeah.
In the play or the music?
well, what you could do there, and correct me if I'm wrong, I mean, you're putting a little extra money aside. If you wanted to carve out of that, you totally could.
that?
Okay, I wanted to bring it up because we were talking, like Michael said, certificated staff was not there for the amount of children that were.
Well,
there.
now's the time to do that,
Okay,
especially
so
because
I wasn't sure.
if we want to do that, which is a very valid and plausible idea.
Debbie's making a good point. We did speak about it before. And it should be, money should be in the budget for the amount of children that are going to be present in the building for any
And
action.
if we don't need it, I mean, if
Yeah.
less children are there, then
Well, plus we advertise for these, and Sin, when do they go up? They go up in the springtime, right? Don't they ish or this? We post before we leave,
Yes.
so we could post it, and that way we get people in line, and that way.
But would you want to do it if you didn't have the number of participants?
Well, you would want to at least have some. I mean,
Remind me, what do you have right now for the play? What are you showing for the play right now?
Just one
Okay.
person.
So we have one person, right? What do you do when someone wants to answer that door and let somebody in? Who's going to go to the front door and let somebody
I
in?
witnessed it.
During rehearsal.
I have no
You-
problem
you
with you.
need-
I'm not arguing. I don't care.
You need at least two, unless you have a security officer at the door.
or if it's, you know, a volunteer schedule, that's
Yeah.
fine
One
too.
for
But, you know, having it for the musical, I didn't know if it's because the musical is a moneymaker.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, look.
But we can do it. It's not a big deal.
There's no, what you could do is, and even if you post for it, doesn't mean that you have to have it either.
Okay.
I mean, you have to board approve someone in that position.
Correct.
Okay.
So if it comes out that the play needs 20 kids and you find, well, we don't need one, then you don't need that.
Right.
But if you post for it with, look, and you can even post an asterisk if needed, you at least would then have a name to then go back to.
You just can't, if you give it to the person, if you board approve it.
Exactly.
You're
But if
stuck
you
then.
post it and someone puts in for it, that doesn't mean you have to do it. It just means
Right.
that you would, my point there is you want to have a name so that you had someone say, all right, you know what, I think this might be a good idea. Bonnie had a question of,
Why can't we rescind it? Why can't we rescind it before it starts? You can rescind it before
Yeah, you can.
before the honorarius starts. You absolutely can.
Yeah, you can. You can.
We're not stuck with it.
okay.
I was going to tell you need at least two. If you had
Ah,
10
that's
kids, you need
fine.
at least two, because the doorbell rings for one.
Well, why not, we just
It's a safety issue.
put it in there now.
Right.
We'll put it in there now.
No, my question had to do
We'll
with
put it in at the
musical.
same rate that the assistant is for the musical.
Okay, my question was the musical, because some musicals take a very, very large cast versus a large cast. Because I know there's been some musicals that have had, Michael, you can really, that have.
Musical always has more, because you have a lot of people in the background singers. That's
Yeah,
all.
but some musicals have a lot more
Right.
than some musicals.
Well, more kids is more people coming, so they try to get as many as they can at every musical.
Right, so the question is, we only have two, and some musicals might need three.
Well,
So-
there's always, I can only speak at the middle, there's always teachers working backstage, besides the two, besides the assistant. So we're talking about assistant director, and director is different than like a chaperone type
Right.
position. There always are at the middle school, enough chaperone teachers around
Correct.
watching everybody.
Correct.
There's at least 3 or 4 teachers, maybe more,
On the day of
On
the
the-
performances, you mean?
and at the tech nights.
Okay.
Whenever all those kids are
Yep.
after hours in the buildings, the tech
Okay.
nights, yeah.
So we have enough. But
Adults.
I'm
I don't
talking
know about the play.
rehearsal
I know about the
times
middle
and stuff.
How about if we talk to each principal tomorrow and ask them if they feel as though they need another assistant for the musical?
Yes, assistant and chaperone, I call them chaperones, it's
different.
two different things.
Yeah.
So, well, I'm talking more as it's a chaperone type position where someone can answer a door. I don't know that for the player, the teacher
Okay,
needs an
all right,
assistant.
now you just lost
That's a
me.
different thing.
Now,
Are you-
so what, yes, Michael's saying yes to your response. It's good to ask the principals what they want, but Michael's clarifying the difference between having an extra assistant versus a teacher chaperone.
Right.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying is,
Right.
are you talking, because I just wrote,
You can ask, like I said, principals what they need, but to my view, from being there so many years in the building, the professionals are the director, the assistant director.
Correct.
If they feel they need two for a play, that's a principal, tell you, I need a director and assistant director. But the safety aspect is the teacher chaperone.
chaperone, correct.
Yeah.
So do you want that asked for both the play and the musical?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know it happens in middle because I'm
Yeah.
there.
I think everyone seemed to be okay with adding it for
Right, Memorial.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And adding it in for the extra assistant. We can go back to each principal and say, if we add this one, how are we looking? Do you still need another one for the musical? Middles are better attended.
Well, for the play, you might still need a teacher chaperone, but you might not need
Exactly.
an assistant.
That's what I was saying.
Yep.
But for the play, you might still need a teacher chaperone.
I'm going to ask them what they think they need.
Well, the teacher chaperones are paid not, that's,
No.
they're not there anywhere
Right,
near
and
as.
the principals decide how many they,
Yeah.
you know, with.
But I'm not talking about
I
the
would
day
like to
of
just see.
I'm not talking about the day of the technical.
On each one, musical and drama.
Talking about practices.
I'm not talking about the technical, I'm talking about during practices, I'm talking about having that extra body there.
Right.
Because of the quantity of
Anytime there's
students.
children's in the
Why don't we,
students in the building.
Sid, can you reach out to both John and Pat and ask them if we add another one, if we add the assistant to the play, and each has two, is that enough to cover it with the teacher chaperones?
I just want to clarify, I don't think you need the assistant, I think you need the teacher chaperones. Because assistant is a technical person that's trained to teach the thing. It's a
All right,
different
so
thing than a teacher chaperone.
I thought that's what Debbie brought up out of the gate.
Teacher chaperones to be there in place, not necessarily like two directors.
For the
That's
play?
what I was
Yeah.
trying to
For the
get
regular play?
clarification
Yeah.
because
They need some kind of certificated staff.
But that's what
That's a chaperone.
Assistant, I'm not sure if they need a director assistant. That is a school
That's-
thing.
that's-
That's not.
that's a
I don't-
chaperone.
That's not for us to.
that's a chaperone.
But
That's where I
there's
was
a
trying to
staff
get, what do we,
member missing.
And you understood what
I'll find out.
There's
I do.
staff member
You
missing.
know, in the musical, you want to know if two's enough.
Okay.
I'll find out.
Just,
But we're not talking about during
I was just
technical,
curious
we're not talking about just
as
on
to
the-
why boys track at Marlboro Middle.
Oh, wait. Yeah, Darrell, I'm sorry.
Why don't we just ask across the board for them, I'm sorry, about both principals?
Yeah.
I was curious why the boys track at Marlboro Middle School is like
$58.64. I was going to ask the private circle.
I'm sorry, what?
Seniority.
It's seniority.
They're
Okay,
really long.
thank you.
Why? Because it's the person.
Seniority, yeah.
Seniority. Yeah, thank you. No, it's just like everything else was even and that would just jump out.
Who is the track?
I have no idea who the track is.
That's weird.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Is that the same for math club?
4321.
Seniority. We're just asking why the difference between that and the track boys.
Those are like,
Yeah,
those are based on the
it's
level.
best based on where they're at.
That's the max.
Yeah, I think the track one is the max. He's been there a long time.
Very long time. What's the question, Mrs. Mathos?
None.
She wants to
I'm
know about the
looking
bench
over.
at Defino.
I'm just looking, it just falls under principal's supplies and equipment. I was just a
More like
little,
a PTA thing, she said.
I don't know, it's in the front hall, isn't that under, and it was under principal,
It would be.
it would be if it's in the front.
Yes, it has nothing to do with instruction or anything. It would be principal's office, that's what it would be considered. Anything else about the schools?
All right, what do you want, sir?
Transportation,
Transportation.
tab number 23.
Costs a lot more to repair them than it does to lease them.
How do you want to do it? You want to?
Transportation.
You guys want
You
to talk?
wanna-
You want to
you wanna-
ask
I'm gonna-
questions?
I'm going to give him an introduction first.
Okay. Da-da-da-da-da. Do you want to go first?
I'm sorry, I can't type and,
That's all right.
you know,
My
I
wife just
can't
went to
talk and
December
chew gum at the
31st
same
at-
time, so.
At 8 o'clock, she's trying to tell me something.
New Year's Eve.
Of what year?
What year?
What's it?
That's
December
right after we
31st?
like now we'll not on the board anymore.
Oh,
That's what happens, what happens.
Sweet.
Twice as much.
Okay, there's a couple things in here. First of all is I want you to see, the gasoline did go down, but that's gone down because of the pricing
Yeah.
has gone down. That
It's
has,
gone way down.
It's going back up again.
yeah.
216.
But we do what we do every year and use the pricing guide that we have that has served us very well. I think it's very important to point out the work that Nancy and Kathy have both done this year with all the tires, and we've saved over $10,000 this year with tires.
Good job, ladies.
Mike, that makes you happy, doesn't it? It makes Michael happy.
Well, what it's done is she not only has, looking at the tires and checking the tread depth and that, but also the fact is that we've introduced the fact of using retreads on the backs of
Recaps,
Recaps.
You use recaps, she uses retreads. so-
Retreads, okay.
I listen. I get her terminology. I'm sorry.
I'll show you a trick later to retread your own tires. Yeah.
And stuff.
I'll pass.
And she's been working with our tire vendor very, very closely. As a matter of fact, what she is doing is we're going to be looking at going to a different tire, and we're going to do it on a test run for it because we're going to see, because we make so many turns. One of the things we could save district money, okay, is we do a lot of, we do, it drives the high school crazy. And you all who have kids going to high school or whatever have probably heard it, because we do close to courtesy busing as it will get. Because we have kids, we do almost, it's very close to, as close to their doors we can get them and stuff, but not right at their doors and stuff. So what we're looking to do is to see if we get this different tire, if the turning radius, if it will be less of an impact on it, because it's a curved tire. It's not
A straight tire.
It's a straight tire. I'm sorry, I got it backwards.
Tier 2 is the curved, we want to look at the
Tier one.
Okay. I'll let the professionals talk. Why am I talking and stuff? So go ahead.
What it is because of the number of cul-de-sacs we have.
Use the mic.
Because of the number of cul-de-sacs we have, we're wearing the edge of the tire off much quicker than we would like to. So the Tier 1 tire has a straight edge. So we're going to see if we put it onto the front of the buses that's where it would go. If we're doing turns, if we would get more wear and tear out of the Tier 1 than we would get out of the Tier 2 tire. $10 difference in the price of the tire.
Okay.
So we're going to try it. The vendor is going to monitor the buses that we put it on, and he's going to also look at buses that go on a path that is not into cul-de-sacs and developments where you're constantly turning versus some of the developments where you have circles and cul-de-sacs, and to monitor both to see which would be better for us.
Does Chincher Easy Bus, what do you call that program, tell you that now? Going to be able to tell you which buses are using tires faster than others and what routes they're on?
It can. You do see that, and he's looking. We pulled it the other day, and you can see that on one tire we're at a 9, and the other front tire we're at a 13. So it's definitely showing that we're wearing more, but we want to see with the new tire if it would improve the life of the tire because of the straighter edge.
How often are we doing alignments on these same buses with the front ends that the tires maybe not be the same?
They are going out. We're getting ready to go out for alignments on these buses on the vans. We're doing the tie rods, and then they will be going out to the vendors.
The last time we did it was?
I don't know offhand. I'd have to find that out for you.
You know, that's a major contributor.
Yes,
if you don't have a line in the front, even on a car or anything else, you blow through tires.
Yes, and we are looking at that. That is one of the things that we are also looking at. And one of the things that we have discussed is every time we do change, that if we have a tie ride problem, the bus has to go right out to be aligned.
Well, I don't know what the specifications are for your buses, but I'm sure somewhere in the manual, and even call the manufacturer, they're going to tell you how many miles you need to align your bus. It doesn't go by tie rods or, it goes by mileage and time. So I would just suggest probably maybe get a maintenance schedule that aligns to whatever the manufacturer's recommendation is for alignment, and see if that changes your tire wear as well, because money spent there saves you a bunch of tires later, so.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Nancy, we got to send our buses out to be aligned?
Yes, we
Is
do.
that something that we can do in-house? If we had
No,
the
we don't.
equipment?
No, we don't. We send them out to be aligned.
And what's the expense of sending them out versus if we had the equipment to do it?
Um,
So I love going into Ford, and the first thing, they got these fancy little things that they hook up and say, yep, you're out of alignment.
Yeah,
Just reach for your wallet.
I'd have to check for, on the big buses, but I know on the vans, we're looking at about $90 per van is what I was being told we're pricing out.
And how's that program that you've been using?
We're using the program, we have it up and running. We were told that when we first took the program that it was going to be 3 years to get it fully up and running. We are using it, we have the inventory in, we look at it, we're constantly putting our bills into it, all our information into it. We do see the fuel. There are some things that in the program that I do like, there are some things that I don't like, but we are still working it. Currently, the company themselves is trying to work out some kinks in the program, and they're going to do some upgrades. I am not going to allow them to do the upgrades until they work out the kinks on their side before they come into ours to do the upgrade. So I did speak with them last week, because one of the faults I find is that it will take information that, let's say that we put in mileage and we put in the fuel. It will allow you to put in a lower fuel mileage than a fuel mileage that's already in there. That shouldn't be. Yeah, odometer reading. So that really shouldn't be. If you have an odometer in there and it's higher, it should stop you immediately from putting something in that's at a lower rate level. But we are using the program, and we're finding it very informative because we can see what we're buying, what we're using more of, which buses are using certain items faster than other buses.
Do you have any grand revelations that came out of it? I mean, something that just glaringly jumped off the page and went, holy cow, I never realized, by using that report?
In some cases, crossing arms. We see that we can see that, we use quite a bit of them. And when I question the mechanics as to why, in some cases it's due to it's been so cold, and from the opening and closing, it's very difficult in cold weather. We do see the difference in which buses are using tires quicker, and the wear and tear on them. So it does. It works for us. We're able to see things, and especially some of the prices of some of the parts and how they change.
So I'll tag on to John. The bus is using tires faster than the bus. It's like three things: the route, operator error, or maintenance.
Right.
It's got to be one of those three.
Mhm.
So if you rule out the route, then you got to figure out which other two it are, or that bus is going to keep eating tires.
Yes.
Nancy, you said it was 90 per van to be aligned when we send them out. How much is it per bus?
I'm not sure. I'd have to find out. What we are doing is we're also looking into various vendors that can do it, because not everybody can do it. Certain facilities that will only do it.
But it's something you wouldn't even contemplate about doing in-house?
We'd have to look in.
Because you're looking for more lifts.
Yes.
With more lifts, with obviously additional equipment, would that make economic sense? I'm just curious.
I'd have to look at what the price was and how and what was involved with doing it, but we can look at that and the man hours to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But how many man hours does it take for us to send a guy out with the bus and then get him back and then? I mean, I'm just looking at economics. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
We have to look at it.
Yeah.
So, and can we, we'll try to look at it between now and next week and be able to come up with, I doubt we'll be able to get to you by Friday,
Yeah.
but we'll try by Tuesday of next week.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are you good, Nance? Anything else?
The other thing is, we are, as required by law, we have to replace 3 buses.
So only buses we're replacing this year, ones that are required by law?
Buses, yes. Vans, no. There's 2 vans that have to be replaced. Not only are the mileage is the issue, but they're in really bad shape. And I'm going to let Nancy talk about it.
What we're seeing with our vehicles is that the corrosion factor is a major issue with the buses and the vans. Okay? The brine that they're putting on the road is just rotting the bottom of the buses apart. When you look at the body clips
and the raft, the metal that comes under the buses, the corrosion on it is terrible. Unsafe. Okay, we're seeing the doors are rotting on the bottoms. The seats in the buses there's no cushioning. You're seeing, it's very uncomfortable, they're cold. The buses are in poor shape. There's work that has to be done to them. The steps alone, no matter what we do, you do some work to the steps, but they're rotting underneath. Okay, and to keep repairing, it's a factor that you're rebuilding. We're not repairing. We're reconstructing, and it's unsafe. It's.
My only question is the new ones we're going to buy, because these are now unsafe. Okay, is there anything we can do to protect our investments so we can keep these until they mature out of the system?
I can't promise you that they will last you 15 years. I wish that's something I could tell you. What I can tell you is that when I go ahead and I order buses, one of the things that we looked at for the specs is that the steps won't be galvanized steel. Okay, because if they do stainless steel, it will improve the life of the step, is what I'm being told. We also we've been looking at various buses. We've had vendors bringing us down buses. Kathy and I have been riding on the buses. We've had new buses up on the lifts. We've been looking at them. We've been questioning the vendors as to can we get this exhaust pipe painted so that we get a little more life out of it. What they do is when they undercoat a bus, they undercoat it prior to putting all the muffler piping and the brake lines onto the bus. So the actual bus is undercoated, but even with the undercoating, the brine is eating it off. It's terrible. One of the things we will be doing is we will be cleaning underneath our buses and our equipment after the winter season. Everything will be washed down in order to try and preserve the life of a vehicle.
That's really the next thing I was going to say. But
Yeah, where do you do that? In-house?
Yes.
We have a yearly schedule, or twice a year?
It's going to be, currently, we have a company come in that washes the buses, and they do it, they're going to be doing it twice a year. We started with them doing it once a year in the, right before school starts and after the camp program. Now we're going to have the outsides of the buses washed at the end of the winter season, and the underneath of the vehicles, our mechanics will do.
Michael, I just found a business we need to be in.
Do you have a power washer?
Power washer.
I got a power washer.
No.
John, you can't drive the bus and wash it.
No, I just, now I'm going to buy myself a big bus wash.
Underbody carriage.
Yeah, sure, run it right through.
For a cheap price, you can advertise them.
Yeah, and I can advertise too, I like that.
I have a question, and I'm kind of new to this, so help me out a little bit. I'm looking at the maintenance repair number, and I'm looking at the lease buses number, and the maintenance is over twice as much as the lease. So my question is, does this mean we're holding these buses too long? And,
yes.
And if we, because it almost sounds like, I mean, maybe I'm interpreting this wrong, but why would it be more than twice as much to maintain it?
We used to be on a 12-year, am I correct, Cindy, a 12-year lease program?
Mm-hmm.
And the state said, okay, you can now keep your buses for 15 years. Well, that's wonderful. But they come in, they inspect the vehicles, and if they're rusted, they want to have you repair it. It has to be done immediately. They nitpick every little thing until they get it to exactly where they want it. Okay, and you have no choice. You have to repair. It has to be done in order to pass inspection. The buses, even though the state says they are going to last you 15 years, yes, but at what cost? Now you're repairing the buses in order just to get them through. You have to repair them in order to get them through inspection. But when the time is up on a bus and you're going to trade, you can't even trade it because nobody really can use it. So there's no money coming back to you, whereas at least when we were on a 12-year schedule, we were trading that bus and making something back on that bus at the end. In some districts, and not many in Monmouth County, but many in Middlesex County, They're on a 10-year lease program. And the reason they're on a 10-year lease program is because you can buy a 10-year, 200,000-mile warranty on the engine, and they keep their buses for 10 years. They sell them. They make money off the bus at the end of the 10 years, and then they go back out to get new buses. So they're not spending as much money in the repair cost.
So what's that upfront cost for that 10-year bus and that 10-year warranty?
Currently, looking at the 10-year warranty, excuse me, I'm freezing. Currently, it's, I was quoted $4,100 for the 10-year, 200,000-mile warranty on the motor. Now, I will tell you that when we speak about the motor, that includes the ECM, the turbo, the intake. I was quoted on a bus that's a newer bus that we had a problem just out of warranty, $2,700 for a turbo. And in most cases, if you change the turbo, you have to change the intake. Otherwise, you're going to be throwing metal into the motor, and the intake is $1,000.
Yeah, you got to tell me that.
So
Yeah.
should we be looking into?
Should come back with options, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, we never had that option.
Yeah, we have never heard that option, Nancy. If you come back, I mean.
Well,
Well, you're asking for two buses now, right?
Three buses, two vans.
So why, we should have options on three buses of a 10-year plan? You know,
That's
you're
in my
gonna-
budget.
You're going to come to us, that's what's in the budget? the 10
I put the
10-year
warranty.
plan
You have
warranty?
the 10-year plan in here?
I have the 10-year warranty, yes.
Okay.
What line is it?
Well, it's in the number, it's in the lease number.
Oh, okay.
I put it in there because I couldn't come before you and not give you that option when that makes the most sense when you're buying a bus to, motor-wise, with all the regeneration that is now on the motor, to buy it without it,
So the board understands, it's not the whole motor, it's some of the major parts.
it's some of the major components of the motor. And the
Still
plan.
going to have motor things you have to pay for.
Of course, wear and tear. But what I did is I picked the program that included the majority. There was no sense in me coming before you and saying, okay, I'm going to buy the lower level of this warranty, but it's not going to cover these 5 items, which are major items. So what I did was when I gave you that figure, I gave you the figure for the upgrade in the warranty that covers everything that I felt should be covered.
Sounds good to me.
So then we're
Sounds
going to
good
start
to me.
trying to move everything here?
Well, this is a good trial it's a good start to see, so.
I think the thing about it is what Nancy's trying to say is the fact that buses are different than what they were. And Mike can attest to it from just his trucks and everything. And you've got all these bells and whistles that are on these things, and they're costing us money. And instead of spending, you could spend $4,100 a year, and when these things go, get it covered, instead of us putting out all this money all the time for all these parts. So I think it's something that is worth it for us to look at.
Yeah, no, that's what I just asked. So we're going to look at it and try it with these.
Okay, what about the small vans?
Yeah.
What are you doing with the small vans? Let me ask you a question. You're talking about the small vans. I saw some districts now are using minivans, and they welcome as school vehicles, and they're using that maybe times they have 1 or 2 students just to transfer.
Depends on what they need, what the students need and stuff,
Right.
because you've got wheelchair vans, like minivans,
I'm
don't
not
have
talking about
wheelchair
car, but
access
but
and stuff.
Districts are using them because I see them.
Yeah, they can use them, but we use our minivans for our special education students primarily.
Okay.
Because they have the wheelchair access in them, the wheelchair lifts in them, et cetera.
So there would be no place for us to have a minivan school vehicle to say.
No,
follows on a big bus?
No.
Okay.
And most of the vans that we look at, in the past, we looked at 16 passenger. In some cases, we look at 20. Whatever the option is, because if we can get more students on a bus in an area that we're going into, it's more productive for us.
Okay. Anybody else? I gotta look somewhere. I looked over there too. We don't put blinders on?
I think he likes me too. No, Nancy and I go way back.
Nancy, thank you for all your hard work with the tires. Appreciate that.
Oh, thank you. And, and just so you know, Mr. Dwyer, you asked about the lift. The reason I put the two mobile column lifts in there is currently we have 4 mobile column lifts that we lift a van up. And we have the in-ground lift that we use for the 54-passenger buses. With the 4 that I have, I bought an adapter. So if I had to, we would work on the tires, we can lift the van from front and back with 2. By buying an additional 2, I can have another mechanic work on a big bus in the garage because we can lift the second bus up, a 54-passenger.
How's that extra mechanic, we hired an extra mechanic, right? How's
Right.
that working out for you?
They're great. You know what? We're definitely on schedule as far as our services go. It's working out great.
But you still have to send him out every time a bus has to go out, right? You've got to send him out with the bus?
When you say the bus has to go
You know,
out,
the bus has to go out, the bus has to go out because you can't do it in-house, so you're sending it out.
we're doing quite a bit of work in-house.
Right.
And
When you
but
do
I-
send it out, it has to go out with a mechanic, right?
No.
No?
No, and I took Mr. Lalansky's advice, and I send out a driver with that bus to take it where it has to go, or 2 drivers, and my mechanic stays in-house.
That's where I was, that's where I was dancing, Nancy, that's where I was going, I'm sorry. Come on, I wanted to catch on something, for God's sakes.
You know, she's gonna start early.
Buses that we're gonna need next year?
Yes.
We're replacing 3 buses.
No.
For next
I think-
year?
I think Bonnie's talking 16, 17.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6. 7 the following year. You want me to keep going?
You warned us it was going to.
I did. You know, I wanted to.
And then just, human being, tell me the following.
What did I say? 16, 7, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 in 16, 17. 7 in 17, 18. 1, 2. Only 3 in 18, 19. Yeah, but 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 in 19, 20. So. Yeah. So you got a drop, but then you're going to pick it right back up again.
And then we'll see how this lease agreement is working. Well,
Yeah.
not will, but.
Yeah, you know, we'll look at options and see, you know, it's, I think the most important thing is Nancy's worse than me. If you think I'm bad, and my favorite word is transfers, Mr. Dwyer, you know, Nancy is so diligent, and passionate is a good word, about doing what's best for the children, but also what's best for the district. And she works endless hours and countless time trying to save us 50 cents. So, I mean, she's worked very diligently and very, very hard on getting our tires and getting that whole transportation department to where it needs to be.
I didn't say anything.
Well, Bonnie's doing some quick math over here. I just want to point it out. I think it was 3.6, roughly 7.3, which is really, you know,
19.
roughly 20. Would it be something the board would want to even remotely talk about if you break that out to be like 5.55? It would really even out the whack that you'd get hit on the sevens.
And I'm sure that there are 2 buses that
If
Nancy.
you agree to retread some of your own tires.
But I'm sure there are 2 buses that she would. like.
Yeah, I mean, is the board willing to entertain this? You know, because the directive we got was
Would
to only
you be able to
replace-
lower, would repairs lower if we did that?
I would say yes, you would be able to lower
but
because.
not enough to cover your lease.
Lease, right.
Not a wash.
Right.
It's not a wash, but how much could it possibly?
No, I'd have to add something to this. Oh, no, I might.
Or could it help mitigate? You know,
Can we
I'm
come?
sorry?
Can we come back for next week and see if we could
Yeah,
shake out some
yeah,
ideas?
let me, because I've got
That's
some.
amazing.
Shake that tree.
No, you
Shake
amaze
it off.
Come back
You
next
amaze
week.
me.
Come on.
You absolutely amaze
Shake
me.
it off.
I
You're
love
so
you.
full-
You
And I
are
love you
so
for it.
full of it.
No, because you're the only person I know that comes out with more money at a budget meeting than less. How do you pull that off?
But wait, like, she's gonna shake that tree and remember, get it.
You're incredible. You're like my wife.
We had a sale, got more, paid less.
No, we'll bring it back to you next week. I'm working on something.
Okay, work on something. Nancy, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Good night, everyone.
Am I laying it on too thick? Ladies, thank you so much. Kath, Nance, thank you for all your hard work.
Go home and get some sleep.
That was so wrong. Lalonsky's going to be breaking us up.
No.
What tabs, B and G? 21? 21.
Where we going?
B and G, last one for tonight. Then we can go to executive.
Sir, first of all, thank you for filling
I
in
gotta say
and,
2 seconds, hang on a second.
taking the bull by the horns and being the man. I appreciate that. The board appreciates that.
I will tell you personally,
Yeah.
I don't know what I'd do without this guy because I think I talk to him more than I do my husband sometimes because
He's very grateful, Bruce.
It's funny. It's on fire tonight.
Boy, you
Wakes
are.
up after 11.
Try to find a space, guys.
B and G obviously is tougher. We did what we think was in the right area. Anybody have any specific questions on it? I mean, we have the list of proposed projects. A lot of that is a lot of paving. A lot of our concrete across the district is just, with lack of a fun word, crumbling.
Just explain to me the increase in lawn cutting versus the decrease in lawn cutting.
On the first page, John?
Yeah, I'm just slightly confused. Your contracted services in the spring, you went up. And then you got ground supplies, fuel oil, decreased due to savings incurred.
Well, savings in not doing it ourselves, so we don't have to pay for.
Remember, we contracted that out.
Right.
Yeah, I know, but how did we get an increase?
Well, one went up, one went down, right?
Right,
Yeah.
contracted services increased due to the contracting out of lawn cutting services.
Correct.
But the
And
crowd.
how much did that go up versus how much?
But when you compare budget to budget, we only did it late in last
So it
year.
wasn't in the budget.
Was it
So it
timing?
wasn't in the budget.
Okay.
So it was an
Timing.
increase.
We didn't budget for it this year.
But net, looking at the whole big, nice,
You know what, I don't
sweet
have that.
picture.
We did save money, but I don't have that right.
Just humor me and send it to me.
Yeah, whatever answers we can give you,
Yeah.
we'll put in the green notes Friday, otherwise we'll come with it Tuesday.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So how's that lawn service working out?
Great.
Oh, it's.
Really.
I mean, everyone had to have seen the difference.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the edging alone that they did at
Thank
the
you.
buildings was just, I mean, it was great to see them go around and have the edging, and that I liked. I mean, and I know Dr. Hibbs liked it too, but I liked seeing nice
Night and
edges and stuff,
Night
so.
and day.
Mhm.
And we saved.
The projects we're doing, as Dr. Hibbs said, is the paving, we've got some office work here to do, but we need some paving done there. We've got, as you've all driven around and seen potholes here, there, and whatever and stuff. I will tell you, I worked what's here for plans and projects is a plan, and it's only a plan. When it comes to what we're going to be doing, we're going to run them through the construction committee and tell you what we're going to be doing specifically. Now, I will tell you, like replacing bathroom stalls, Bruce is going to take care of that and do that at the school. That's not, I'm talking about when we get to a point of doing bigger projects or bigger things, we'll run that through the committee and stuff, but not little incidental things and stuff. The floor tiles in the last two stair towers at Middle, that's the last two towers we have to do. So that we're going to do at Middle and take them up. That's the asbestos tiles.
Are you gonna add heat to Dugan?
Yes, we will get heat to Dugan.
Do we need to put money in the budget? I'll just talk in generalities, the repurposing of the Morganville property.
I didn't hear you say that.
The repurposing of the Morganville property, I'll put it in generalities. I don't know if there's money in this budget to do that.
No. Well, it's not in the budget. What would, I mean, assuming we could sell it, knocking down is going to be a time frame, right? You're going to have to obviously research what we put there. Is that feasible in this fiscal budget coming up?
Is it feasible to do it all?
Yeah.
It's feasible, it can be done.
Is there a way
It's the
that-
cost.
And this, we're obviously talking basic, estimations. What would, I mean, knock it, you're going to have to knock it down, right?
From what ballpark, okay?
Yeah.
Ballpark, me,
Row.
casual
Yeah,
conversation
casual.
and
Yep, I'll hold
stuff,
you to it.
probably about $1 million.
Holy moly.
Oh, easily.
Talking dirty now.
Just knocking it down and putting up like a metal building. You could probably, I mean, $1 million might be a little high, but it's at least 3/4. At least.
Well, I mean, there's no way you get that out of this budget. None.
Okay.
So, I mean, if you get it out, there's only one way, and it's
Well, I think,
the BC word.
Unless we turn the heat off and have it too.
Too soon.
Can I ask a silly question? District-wide visual improvements?
Making it prettier. I want it to be prettier. I want to see flower pots. I want to see pretty bushes.
that's district-wide.
Yeah.
That's just not here. That's district-wide.
I thought it said administration buildings, so
I
I said.
threw it there.
I figured Dr. Hibbs wanted his own personal, like,
He wants a money tree.
garden outside his window or something.
No, that money tree's mine.
Yeah.
I'm not
No,
sure.
you only blend it out.
Another minute.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what it is?
I'm alive after 11.
John,
Yeah.
to speak to that, the only thing really that you're going to really do here, aside from the vestibule, which is already covered, the doors in this place are despicable. They have chunks out of them. So we're going to take steps to replace the doors and the trim because I'm embarrassed. So
Doors
that's-
and trim?
Yeah, doors, trim. I mean, if you just take a walk around, literally they have chunks. My door looks like it's like a dog gnawed it. It's just bring them in. Bring them in. But no, what I really want to happen, John, is that someday in hopefully the next 4 years we're going to have construction done here, and I want to be able to.
And you're going to have the prettiest prefabbed office I've ever seen.
There you go. I want it to be prettier.
I think that I'll give you a great example of one of these things where this money would be. And I put it in administration because it's us looking at, but there's a fence right off of Union Hill that leads down to Robertsville that looks
The fence?
horrendous. Yes.
Fence? Oh yeah.
Yes.
Like that.
Things like that.
Yep.
That's what we're looking. But
Yep.
I just put it there just to,
Yep.
I have a placeholder for it.
Yeah. You know what you're talking about? That nasty, rusty fence that comes in when you
Like
come
that
down
stops
Menzel.
and things.
Yep, making it prettier.
Okay. Anybody else? Buildings and grounds?
Going once, going twice.
Going once, going twice.
Okay.
Well, there goes my lacrosse team right here.
We can
Thank you, sir.
we can do executive very quickly. Can I just have literally not even 10 minutes?
Well, first of all, I have to read this. First I have to ask if there's any new business officially. Seeing none. Let me read this. Be resolved in accordance with Public Provision of Open Public Meetings Act, Marlborough Township Board of Education shall conduct closed executive session pursuant to personnel legal sections prescribed by NJSA 10:4-12, purpose of discussing school safety and security of schools, school monitor negotiations. Anticipated length of executive session will be, you said 5 minutes,
Yeah. let's
15
go-
minutes.
Let's go 10. Yeah.
And the action will not be taken in public executive session. If further resolved, the minutes of executive session will be released in need for confidentiality in accordance with NJSA 10:4-12 no longer applies. And that's seconded by Debbie. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody against? No. I will make a motion to adjourn to executive session. Seconded by John. All in favor? Anybody against? No. We adjourn executive session. That was quick.